beautiful St. Lucia and to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, an iconic venue in Caribbean context and all over the world. We're here for the first unofficial test between South Africa A and West Indies A. The white ball leg is gone and we're here for the test. With us the two captains, Ackerman and Tevin Imlac. Tevin Imlac, you have the coin.
Tails is the call.
Tails is the call.
And tails it is.
And it's the tails. Captain Ackerman, you said that you've elected to bowl. Any reason for that decision?
Yeah, look, there's quite a bit of grass on the wickets, so we're hoping that maybe on the first day and the first hour we can, maybe utilize that with the new ball.
Wonderful. And can you inform us about any changes to your team?
I'm not too sure. It's the first game, so there hasn't been any changes.
No problem at all. Well, go well
Thank you.
in this format. Alrighty. All right, Tevin, you've lost the toss. They've decided to have a bowl. Your team has been bolstered by some international experience. Looking forward to go well in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of the guys would have done well. Well, most of the guys in the team would have done well in 4-day cricket. Hopefully they can take that momentum from 4-day and bring it into this 18 series.
Yes. So, can you inform us of those persons missing out on this game?
So Tyson's out with a head injury, and Savory's out, the other keeper.
All right. Thank you so much. Go well, Tevin. All right, and that's it. News from the toss. The West Indies team, they will be batting.
And good morning from an overcast Darren Sammy. Today is June the 1st, a special day in the lives of many people. It's a special day in those cricketers who will start the first 4-day game today. And of course, they will be another starting on the 11th. The teams, of course, especially the West Indies 11, will be changed, but we'll do those details later. The news from the middle, as you heard, South Africa has won the toss and elected to field. And let me check with the man who did the toss and did the interview, Jamal Joseph. What are your thoughts of the decision?
Alrighty, good morning, Reds, and good morning to our viewers, wherever it is that you are. A good toss to win. Darren Sammy is a beautiful wicket for cricket. And we do have some overcast conditions, as you mentioned to the viewers, and that tends to aid good swing bowling. And we have seen some really good discipline from the South African bowling unit. Really tested the West Indians in the white ball encounter. And will certainly look to apply themselves on this green top wicket.
Yes, good to have red ball. And the batting lineup for the West Indies A, Campbell and Louis. That same name, Louis, was the name of Joe Lewis. It's amazing how pronunciations can be different. And Hodge at 3, Anderson at 4, Atenes at 5. Pierre at 6, Lane at 7. And just right. So that's basically the batting lineup, and South Africa deciding that they will have a bowl. Good conditions, I suppose, to have a bowl in. It's overcast. There's a little bit of green on the pitch.
Sure, and you must comment on the height of the South African bowlers. I stood next to a few of them, and albeit it's a little bit embarrassing to look up to those guys. Very, very tall, and it is expected that they will generate some bounce from the surface. We saw some good quick bowling in the one-day segment, so really looking forward to seeing some of that.
So the players are coming out, and good morning and good day, good dag to our loiterers in South Africa. And it's just after, I think, midday in South Africa, maybe more like 1 o'clock, so maybe good afternoon to you. And good morning to all in the Caribbean, and hello to all wherever you are. So we have done with the 3 ODIs, which South Africa won, and Imlac and Campbell. Imlac and Campbell start with the West Indies. And let's see who will start from the commentary box then. Sile, who has very good figures and bowled very economically in the ODIs.
He certainly did look a class act, but it looks to be actually Jepo Moreki who's going to start off proceedings with the ball for South Africa A. And he too was quite impressive, Reds.
Yes, so not Sile, as we first thought. He's probably the senior bowler, but it's the big number 24, Moriki. He's going to bowl to the left-handed John Campbell, who is back in West Indies cricket, back in Jamaica cricket, and no doubt looking to get a selection against Australia. Moriki comes in, Campbell goes chasing a wide delivery, very loose. You should let that go. I mean, you chasing your first delivery, that's wide, why go after it?
It's a good point that you're making, Reds. But such is the nature of red ball cricket in this modern era. Possibly would have come out with a mindset of being positive, saw this one short and wide and felt that it needed to be dispatched to the boundary.
Well, he'd been on his way if he'd gotten a little bit of an edge and taken a slip. Second delivery. Again, good morning, wherever you are. Good evening to folks in South Africa. That's churned away off the hip. Like our viewers, you're seeing all the action. So our job is to provide the information, the offbeat information. No ball-by-ball commentary, really. There's cricket in Antigua today also, cricket in England. West Indies getting 308. 308 with Carty a back-to-back 100 and King 59. They were the main scorers. West Indies tailed off in the middle order. So it's Louis. Tucked away. Just bowling the wrong line. Second run picked up. So Louis and Campbell, an opportunity to impress the selectors.
Yes, glad you mentioned that, Reds, because this has been the talk of the town in Caribbean cricket. Who will be the one to open the batting alongside Craig Brathwaite against Australia?
Well, that's why the two of them are in the middle.
So, Reds, are you saying this is a virtual shootout?
It depends who get runs. And Mikey once more. That's short and pulled away. Typical John Campbell, aggressive. But nothing wrong with the decision and the shot. It was just too short, badly lined, half tracker, and nicely put away. A confident looking shot by the Jamaican and West Indies opener.
John Campbell known for his aggression, and nothing wrong actually with testing out the middle of the surface quite early on, just to see what you might get and to test the approach of the batter.
Keeper standing back, and there are three slips in the gully. Very attacking, no forward short leg. Short again. And as Joey Carew once said to Bartholomew, when Maurice Foster hit 3 fours in a game, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, boy, you like the shot. Short again and pulled away again. 11. So back-to-back boundaries.
Yes, but this one was laced with a bit more intent from Moreki. John Campbell, he pulled the previous one from outside the off stump, so the bowler looking to target the body line, but Campbell was swiftly onto this one and tugged it away to the backward square for a boundary.
Well, if the length is short, it doesn't matter. Where's the line? You have options, a square cut to pull. Moriki once more, 11. Brings him forward, shouts the appeal. And confident appeal coming from South Africa A. He was pushing forward and maybe in the opinion of the umpire going down leg.
Yes, he's coming from the round the wicket angle on this ball, slanting. Let's just take a look at it on the replay. Ooh. It might have had something going for it, but umpire is the one in the best view. And this one, in his opinion, possibly slanting down the leg side.
Well, umpire Bassarat didn't think there was enough going for it. Mohiki once more to the left-handed. Solid stroke in contrast. Overcalled. And 11 without loss. Campbell, Louis. Imlac, Hodge, Anderson, Atenez. Pierre, Lane, Thomas, Shields, and Mohammed. Mohammed on his batting in the 4-day probably could come a little higher. But we'll wait to see whether that is in fact the batting lineup. So Louis, who had a tough breakout series, I think he got somewhere under 40 runs in the many innings he played, really needs to, first of all, get off the mark, and when he's done that already, I need to really put together a pretty good score.
He's up against Saley,
who, like most fast bowlers, the opening they're not happy with the rhythm, they're not happy with the run-up, stop half-thing way. Puts a little bit of pressure on the batsman who is trying to concentrate, so the whole process starts once more. Saley from the Kaimanche end. Badly line delivery, and a belated decision to go back for the second. They touched down, had a look, and decided that the second was on. So important 2 runs there to Louis. Total moving to 13 without loss. But this overcast conditions, JJ, has been going on for the last 3 or 4 days.
Yes, and I can remember one of the one-day encounters was actually called off due to some inclement weather. The South Africans wouldn't be complaining.
Wide outside the off stop, not looking to drive. Well, I wasn't suggesting that we will have inclement weather. I'm just saying that for the last couple of days it's just been overcast. It might just stay this way. It might brighten up. There's a little bit of wind, not heavy wind, coming across, maybe blowing in the direction of Moshi, etc. Again, South Africa won the toss, deciding to bowl. Louis and Campbell opening, 30 without loss. And again, we appeal to St. Lucians. If you're having a free Sunday, please come to the Darren Sammy. Oh, the badly lined delivery. That was pitched and went away. Remind me of Bob Masty when he came to the West Indies in 1973. He was getting so much swing, he couldn't control it at all. He eventually ended up having a bad tour.
You see again, if you just look closely at your screen, you see the wind just allowing, just look at the clothes of the players. So much wind causing them to have a little dance. It'll be difficult to control this new ball.
Good delivery, had to dig it out. I must say, well bowled, well played. Because he was thinking of the aggressive shot in the front foot, and then he realized that it was right under him, and Louis just dropping the bat in it. Strike is rotated, 50 with a loss. We'll try and update you on the game between the West Indies and England. West Indies, I said, getting 308, Carty 100, King 59.
That Shea Hope got some runs there as well. Also registered a half century.
Good running. Just dropping the ball, easing forward, keeping the South Africans on their toes. to 16 without loss. Well, 300 is a competitive score, but up to the bowlers now to back up the job of 3 or 4 of the batsmen.
Yes, and you must also remember the way that England has approached white ball cricket. You just have to wonder if that's enough. England having posted 400 in the previous encounter.
Well, different day, different pitch, different conditions. You just have to wait and see how it will work out. What's behind you is behind you, really. So the West Indies are 60 without loss. South Africa won the toss. The Leewards competition ongoing in Antigua this morning. 3 steps in the gully, the Sele. Again down the wrong line, tucked away. There's one. There could be a second. The South Africans bowling overall 18 without loss. They've been a little lacking in control.
Yes, for sure, and that might be due to that breeze that we've been talking about at the Darren Sammy. It tends to be a bit difficult to control the ball when it's blowing like this. But you must talk about Mikael Louis. He has profited of that shot, just clipping those deliveries off of his pad. It's about the 3rd time that he has done that.
Yes, I don't think the wind will in fact force the bowler to bowl bad down the leg side. I think he might have difficulty in controlling the ball to the off stump with the wind. But guilty of bowling to Louis outside leg stump and just tucking it away. He's very happy with that. He is 6, Campbell is 10, and the West Indies is sent in 18 without loss. Still the attacking field. Bowling around the wicket from the media centre end. At Rosalie end, you have options.
John Campbell.
That's
How do you describe that one, Reds?
that's a white ball shot. A white ball shot. I mean, going back 15 years ago, nobody would be playing that. But just timing it well, picking it up nicely over the shoulder. 22 without loss. Campbell moving to 14.
Reds getting down on one knee and sweeping the big fast bowler.
Well, it's the shot which has been developed in the white ball competition. The first person I saw that was a Zimbabwean, right? And that has come on leaps and bounds. But there's a shot that you need to practice. You can't be a bit of a inexperience and look to play that shot very often. Campbell's got a fair amount of experience behind him.
Reds, you also need to be very brave to play a shot like that. Could you imagine the consequences if he had gotten out like that at this time?
Well, it's a shot that can bring you runs. It can also send you on your way. But he's still there, as large as life. 14 years, Lewis 6. So the second over, he's conceded 15. Don't think that the South African captain would be quite happy with the start of his bowlers. That's turn away and turn away fine. Nicely played. Just outside leg stump again. And no actually touch hitting the pad. And scores rushing up to 26 without loss. 26 without loss. Again, the line was outside leg stump.
It's another bad line delivery from Moreki. Has been struggling to get things right at the start. Has a packed slip cordon. Will certainly be looking to feed them with some deliveries outside the off stump.
Extras moving to 6. No shot from Campbell, but no appeal. There was just a normal reaction of the hands going up. So he deciding that.
Ooh. Yes, it didn't have much going for it. It was a bit high and was headed down the leg side. But again, because this one started outside the line of the off stump, it caused a bit of indecision from John Campbell.
Better delivery from Oriki. And you compare it to some of the earlier work. Still the attacking field. Good running. Some people run very well together. Some partners have difficulty in calling. The communication has got to be good. Haynes and Greenwich and Fredericks run very well together.
Yes, but certainly a good single from John Campbell. He's showing here today that he's not just all about looking for the boundaries. This has been a good start from the openers. Mikhail Louis, he has had a watchful start, profited of balls which have been bowled too straight to him, and John Campbell has put away the loose ones and picking up the singles as well. The partnership has moved on to 27 and it's just been 3 overs.
And a little bit of sun just trying to come through. It's a little lighter, less overcast. Silly balls, that's driven well too by the left-hander. Don't have enough legs to cross over the rope by the boundary. They come back for the 3rd run. So the runs are flowing at the Darren Sammy for the West Indies A, who was sent into bat. For viewers who have just joined us, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you might be. Total moving to 30 without loss. Scorer, or statistician, Roland Cox, has removed himself from the right side of the box because he has a better view on the left side of the box. So, good move. Has driven. Didn't hit it all that well hard. No. Thought for a moment it might have just gone down the turtle back. 31 without loss.
It's Mikhail Louis getting John Campbell back on strike, realizing that possibly the best place to be at this time is at the non-striker's end.
So Sele once more, and that is points to the bowler. Took the outside edge.
For sure, it's one way we can give points to both the bowler and the batter. Played with some soft hands from John Campbell, showing a bit of experience. This one dying well before the slip cordon.
And Sonny Ramdin, who is at the back of the box, just making a good point to me. The overcast condition is not helped by the Sahara dust, which is around the Caribbean. Good solid defensive shot. Former Jamaican and West Indies opener Alan Ray would have played it like that. None for 31. Off 3.4 overs. South Africa would like to put the break in the scoring. That's short and miscued. An opportunity today, JJ, to hit that through mid-wicket.
Yes, he would have certainly felt that he missed out. Really admire the positive intent from John Campbell. It's his natural way of playing, looking for scoring opportunities.
Like the late Roy Fredericks, he attacks the ball. I remember doing an interview at Gordon Greenwich, and he says that Fredericks was one who really took the attack to the bowlers. Good probing delivery, lets it go outside the off stump, and it goes through that canal of danger. So all's well for the West Indies start. They lost the toss, put in, they are none for 31, and we have had 4 overs bowled.
Yes, and that last delivery, Reds, is another reason why I've been impressed with the start from John Campbell, because he's shown that when that ball is well bowled by the bowler, he's prepared to just let it go. So really looking for his opportunities, but when it's not there, he's prepared to play it safe. Really good batting.
Well, an opportunity for both men to put a score on the board. West Indies playing in Barbados against Australia, then Grenada, then Jamaica, which is scheduled to be a day-night game, but we await the final announcement. There's 3 slips on the gully. And just pushing forward. Again, no real appeal.
It's a good delivery from Moreki. Got this one right, and when he gets it right, he is a dangerous bowler. He has proven that in the series thus far, in the white ball leg, and has bowled some dangerous deliveries.
This is the 5th over. Moreki to the St. Kitts Nevis opener. West Indies, leewards. The first from the Federation to play for the West Indies. Of course, there was, in fact, a bowler from the Federation who played for England 1 test match. He played for Surrey. But it was always maybe a little uncomfortable for the St. Kitts Nevis supporters to not have had someone to win West Indies colours. Well, they've done that. They can feel a lot confident. There's a young girl who is now playing for the West Indies and looking quite good. That's driven straight, lovely shot. Not trying to hit it too hard, more timing. Maybe a shot in the morning in terms of not a bad length. Just maybe a couple of inches too full, as he moves nicely with that straight drive, that push to 11, and it's none for 35.
A signature shot from Michael Louis, quite compact and composed, and very proficient when that ball is pitched up to him, presented the full face of the bat. He's looking good. Hasn't enjoyed the best of it in recent times. Like you mentioned, Rez, the breakout league, and didn't set the first class season alight, but a wonderful opportunity here today to set it right.
Well, he has a very low crouch, knees bent, Louis. And almost getting himself in a little bit of trouble, in 2 minds.
He's played that one with some soft hands, and that can be the downfall sometimes. Had he pushed at it a little bit more, would have gone off the pitch.
That could have easily gone on to the off stump also. So good delivery. 35 without lost. Umpire Basirat at the ruling end. And umpire Rifa at square leg. Driving well again. This will probably just have more legs than I thought. And second boundary, played in the same direction. That should do his confidence a great deal good. And the West Indies total looking better and better. Roland Cox tells me it's done for 39.
Yes, and Mikhail Louis looking better and better for sure. And with those two shots, he's given us a chance to assess the pace of the outfield. And it just looks like it's quickening up.
Well, Sahara dust or Sahara dust. The sun is peeping through. It looks a much better cricket day. Still overcast, but there's a little bit of sun, a little gentle wind. The field has gotten a little more defensive. Just 2 slips of the gully. And onto the front foot. Using the hands nicely, gets it down towards backward point. So, a good solid start. After democracy came back to South Africa, the first country they chose to play a test match was against the West Indies. And it was felt that the ANC government was very much aware that a number of Caribbean governments had helped the ANC with finance and support. And just Sunil, I was talking about the meeting between West Indies and South Africa. England are in trouble. 2 for 2. Well done.
Yes, Reds,
when Sunil comes in, he will give us more details.
Lots of oohs and ahs from that delivery from Silly. John Campbell possibly looking to take the aerial route. This one pitched up to him, trying to maximize the weight, just going back a touch. Wasn't able to get under this one.
Well, I think there was just too much of bottom hand. It didn't time it all that well. It went straight to the mid-on. So none for 30. And decide to let it go. The bowler will have to walk back and try once more. Imlac to come at 3, Hodge to come at 4, Anderson at 5, Atenez, who had a disappointing ODI, coming low at 6, Pierre, Lane, Thomas, Shields and Ali Mohammed. Just getting some bat to it, but it didn't really rush off the face. Low on the toe of the bat. Strike rotated once more. And the West Indies getting 308. And Sunil Ramdin just mentioning that England was 2 for 2. We'll get the details. So, good start by the West Indies, picking up 2 early wickets.
Yes, and the A team going well here as well. You did mention Reds, even if England posted 400 in the previous game, that today is a different day to find themselves 2 for 2.
Different day, different pitch, different start. And again, just losing the run, losing the rhythm. One of the things that Sir Andy Roberts always makes the point that fast bowlers must use exactly the run they use in an official game as they do in the nets.
That makes a lot of sense for sure. Seeley finds the edge.
Well bowled. Didn't carry, but definitely taking a strong outside edge. We're getting up to the halfway mark.
Yes,
Good going by the West Indies.
For sure, but the South African bowlers learning very quickly. Have recognized that Mikhail Lou is very proficient on that front foot when driving the ball. Seeley just shortened the length for touch, opened up his body and found the edge.
That's a shot which brings a boundary in a different direction. It was pitched up, a lot of width being given to the right-hander Louis, and well put away. So we've had a different kind of aggression. Campbell has been really attacking Roy Frederick style, where we had Louis looking like the more Gordon Greenwich.
This shot there was laced with class and authority, and Michael Louis just threw everything at that one. He spanked it through the region for 4. Again, he really loves the drive.
And for 44,
Ooh la
beaten
la.
outside the off stump, came back a lot after passing the off stump. The keeper taking it down the leg side. So more thoughts from you, JJ, and then we'll have a new voice in Sunil Ramdeen.
This one almost shaving the coat of paint of the off stump. That was a beautiful delivery. It had some extra in it from Sele after being dispatched to the boundary. A good response from the fast bowler, and Michael Louis would certainly be counting his blessings that he's still at the wicket after receiving a pitch of a delivery from Sele.
Okay, so the details of the bowling. We have Sele has had 3 overs no maidens, none for 16. And Moriki a little more expensive, 3 overs no maidens, none for 24. So change of voice. JJ who's done the toss and done his first 30 minutes. Replace my son in Ramdin.
Good morning, Dr. Joseph Reds Pereira. Good to be with you this morning. Good morning, wherever you're viewing this in the Caribbean. A special good morning to St. Martin. They must be celebrating. Casey Carty notching another century today, Reds.
Well, as they say in the Caribbean, stink with form.
As it should be.
So Moriki bowls, and that's cut away, but didn't time it. A chance to really hit it off the back foot down towards backward point.
You know, I was saying, Reds, Moriki, he's just moved over the wicket. And West Indies, they have done well, 44 without loss. But I think South Africa may have missed a trick, particularly to John Campbell. Moriki bowling around the wicket. It was easy for Campbell to work the ball into the leg side, ball coming into him. He's now moved over the wicket, which I think suits the field that Ackerman has set much better.
But less aggressive. Two slips, not 3 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's, again, just 2 by the leg stump. Easy single tucked around the corner. You know, you were talking about Carty. Many years ago, I was invited to be part of a commentary team in St. Martin, and they played, Leewards played Jamaica. And when you look at the conditions then, you know, you have to give Carty, which probably has improved somewhat, you have to give Carty a lot of credit for his hard work.
You have to, and I think, look, he's done something which I think is really important, and he's demonstrated to the other batsmen. Form is one thing. Consistency, taking advantage of that form, is something else.
And that's playing inside the line. Touch of the Michael Holding there, playing inside the line. Courtney Walsh would have had a lot more style playing inside the line.
You know, Michael Louis, he's had that issue, and, you know, he's not moving his feet as he should be, particularly as an opening batsman. We've seen many times in the past where he's succumbed to that delivery, just short outside the off stump and offering a catch to the fielders behind him. And once more, you know, Reds, I would love to see him just getting behind the delivery a bit more.
He's 19. Again, playing inside the line. He had some difficulty in England where he was bowled through the gate quite often.
Yes, and we saw that delivery that he almost played back onto his stump a few deliveries ago. You know, just that bat outside the off stump. But good bowling by Moreki. I think they figured out that Louis does have they do have a chance with Louis just short outside the off stump. 2 good deliveries so far. Let's see what he follows it up with.
45 without loss. Short and wide, no pressure on the batsman. Doesn't have to really make a decision.
A bit too wide this time. They said good morning to St. Martin. I would have said a special good morning to folks out in Paris. Paris Saint-Germain winning the Champions League, but 2 dead and hundreds arrested in post-match celebrations. So I don't know how good a day it is out there in Paris.
It happens all over the world. Celebrations get totally out of hand. A different kind of incident with the Liverpool celebration. Someone charged, facing some serious charges.
And I must say how much I dreaded being on commentary with you, Dr. Pereira. Congratulations to Tottenham. And shall we just leave that conversation right there?
Well, I meant no harm. None for 45. If you can look at the bowling figures of Roland Cox. Ricky, 3.5 overs, 3.4 overs, none for 25. And Sele, 3 overs, none for 16. And there's a bowling change around the corner.
Yes, the West Indies have coped well so far. I think certainly South Africa made the right decision. You think based on the history of this pitch at the Darren Sammy Stadium, it's usually a 3 or 4 wicket pitch morning session on the first day.
So Moriki coming in and playing that very late. Did I say Moriki, Sele, playing it very late, misjudging the length there, went back and almost got himself cramped up, came off the inside edge.
Yeah, so they decided Reds to continue with Sele after all, and he's been consistent. Really a bit of luck there as we look at that replay from Campbell.
.1 overs bowled on for 47. Good start by West Indies A. And just chucking it down towards long leg.
Sele looks pretty good, Reds. Watching his run up, not the tallest of the South African bowlers, and we know that is one department that they've got a really strong lineup in, but really nice run up, don't you think?
Yes, but going back to the ODIs, their discipline was of the highest. I think they've been a little ragged with the length and line at the start of this 4-day, different format, and pushing forward. Or very early, you could see that pitch and leaving the right-hander.
Yeah, I'd say this time Louis playing inside the line, just allowing that to go through. But you can see that their strategy has shifted now with regard to Louis. They're trying to get that delivery just short of a length outside the off stump, hoping that he will go after it, Reds.
Louis 19 of 21. But this, of course, a different format. Campbell 23 from 25. So they've been pushing the ball around. And that's a 4 defensive shot that took the outer part of the bat and went towards gully. Some credit to the bowler.
So we still have a sort of four overcast conditions. That there's a huge Sahara dust cloud that's over the Caribbean, one of the largest clouds in some time, and it's mixing in with the clouds that we have. It almost looks like it wants to rain, but no rain around, thank goodness.
Silly. Beautiful shot. Picture perfect. Just coming on the front foot. Power and timing there. The score rushes up past 50. It's done for 52. Imlac should be pretty happy leading the West Indies. The West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. The total goes to 52, and he's 23, joining Campbell in the same score.
Yes, he is, and he's kept pace well. I mean, for all his aggression, all Campbell's aggression, Louis has done pretty well, and as you pointed out, he's been much more correct in his stroke play. That one just over pitched and got a full treatment from Louis, and he does look really good when he drives, isn't he? When he gets onto that front foot.
So South Africa still looking for the breakthrough for the opening partnership. That was good delivery, and came forward and then realized it was right under him and had to dig it out very quickly. So both bowlers has had what, 4 overs each. With Sele 4 overs, no is done for 23. And Moriki 4 overs, no is done for 25. I did suggest a bowling change around the corner. Are we going to have it?
It looks like Moriki will continue, Red. Some what we will call the media center end here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. There's still a stiff breeze blowing across from east to west. You mentioned Imlac just now, and I really want to pick your brain a bit, Reds, as the West Indies, particularly in this longer format of the game, look for leadership. We've just seen the appointment of a new captain, Rustin Chase, but Imlac, he's respected. He's captain Guyana for some time, and you think in this game, one of the things you'll be looking closely at is how he handles this team.
Yes, give him an opportunity to display his captaincy, leadership. That's a quicker delivery, moved away, had to hustle onto the front foot. But just back to this decision on the vice captaincy, I thought it should have gone to Imlac, because Chase is 33. You want to ensure you have a new partnership, bring on a young captain, but they've gone in another direction, looking to expose left-arm spinner Warrican, who's also 33. His birthday recently, I think, made it 20th. Well, someone crossing behind the bowler's arm just out of our view, and Campbell quite rightly stopping it. So both batsmen on 23 is none for 52. And just dropping the bat in it.
Back across to Cardiff. West Indies starting well. England are 21 for 2. The West Indies posting 308. And it's an important match for the West Indies. You know, if you look at qualification for World Cup ahead, they don't want to go back into qualifiers. So it's important to get a win in England today.
We'll try and feed our viewers details on the 2 wickets falling and who got them.
Sure. Jason Smith, who was brought in to open, he went for a duck, caught hope by bowled Seals, and the big wicket, I think, really Ben Duckett. He also caught Seals bowled forward for a duck. He could have made a huge difference, so that's a big wicket.
Because he really bats and bats. Puts a price on his wicket and bats deep.
And scores quickly. Scores really quickly. Joe Root, he's in there at 6. Harry Brook, the skipper, 15 off 12. He can score quickly. So, still lots of legs, as you put it, left in the English batting. So the West Indies, they'll have to be very, very good to pull off a win.
And when time allows, you can just update our viewers on the West Indies batting. We talked about the batting of Hope, King and Carty. We can give all the details as time will allow. As Moriki runs away from us. Where were delivery outside the line of the off stump? Back to you, son.
Brandon King, he made 59. Jewel Andrew went without scoring. And we'll get back to that, Reds, because I know you had an opinion on that. Casey Carty, 103. Credit to him, but I think he gave away his wicket cheaply after getting to that 100. I think he had the opportunity to really score more. Shea Hope, really good-looking innings, 78 runs. With some supporting. Hetmeyer didn't get off the mark. He just got, well, when I say didn't get off the mark, he didn't score heavily. He just got 4 runs, and Graves 22. 308 ultimately, the West Indies.
Moriki bowls, and that uncertain looking shot. They're looking to drive, and again the edge. And this morning when the West Indies were batting, it's amazing the amount of Lady Luck running with the batsmen on many inside edges.
Certainly. But with that 308, the bad news is they wasted 2 overs because they got bowled down in the 48th over, which is why I think it was important for Carty to continue with Hope for as long as he could.
Well,
12 deliveries, that could have given you an extra 30 runs, Reds.
Moriki continuing. And that's right up. Looking to drive, but not a great deal of power. Looking to straight drive as the over is completed. And again, we welcome you to the coverage coming from the Darren Sammy on this Sunday, June 1, 52 without loss. Let's just come back to the discussion we're about to have on young Andrew. I felt during the ODIs, I said that Andrew should have been here and maybe Anderson in England.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of expectation with young Andrew, but I get your point in terms of really continuing to build on that foundation and allowing the youngster to ease his way into cricket. Going up against England in England is never going to be an easy series. Ireland was challenging, but in England it was also always going to be difficult, and you want to make sure that these young players coming in, you keep their confidence as high as possible.
Well, confidence could not be good. They'd have to give him as much support as possible. You'd have gotten a lot more cricket if he had come to St. Lucia. We have a bowling change. Jason Smith from the far end. And playing at a very wide delivery that early seamed away.
Yeah, good delivery. Just what the doctor ordered, I think, for Louis, and you see Campbell having a quiet word with him. But very good delivery. He got some movement off the seam. Really good delivery.
Your job takes you around the Caribbean. The Sahara dust is throughout?
Throughout the Caribbean. In fact, it's moving into the southern states of the U.S. as well. So I think this year is a record year for Saharan dust. And it was also a record year for the sargassum. I mean, if you've been on the beaches in the Caribbean, just heaps and heaps of sargassum. So, it's one of those years. They're predicting an active hurricane season as well. Let's hope that's one prediction they get wrong.
Trinidad has turned that into support for agriculture. They have been able to process it.
They've tried. In fact, in St. Lucia, there was a young man who was trying to convert the sargassum into fertilizer as well. I'm not sure if how well that went, but yeah, there are opportunities for doing that, and I think we're probably going to have to look at it in the future, Reds, because I don't think it's going to ease up.
Just quickly, before we come back to the cricket, the question of the cost of production.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw, I'm not sure where it was, there was this ferry that was actually collecting the seaweed offshore.
And yet again, that ball moving away from Louise, 3 in a row has given him a couple of questions to answer.
Yeah, great start by Smith. I think he's got his line and length just perfect for Louis. And if you, based on those couple deliveries, there's been some adjustments to the field. Ackerman strengthening the offside field as well, bringing in a field at point. There's an extra cover field in place as well. So still 2 slips, a wideish third slip, sort of fourth slip. And as we say that, he puts it on Louis' leg and he works it away. Yes, it does get to the boundary. So it's a quick outfield from what we've seen this morning as well, Reds.
Yeah, it's a turtle background, which is a good design by those people who put the surface together. The ball rolls away nicely. Again, scoring on the front foot. It is at the third or fourth boundary he's picked up there.
Yeah, once it's pitched up to him, he looks much more comfortable. But again, I have to say, this is one of my favorite grounds in the entire Caribbean. Awesome pitch, fantastic facility.
Done for 56. And that's edged and doesn't carry to the second slip. Pushing forward, he didn't get anywhere near the pitch. Single. Over is in fact completed, and we have seen a new dimension to Jason Smith because he hardly bowled in the ODIs. He impressed us. In fact, I said hardly. Roland Cox tell me he didn't bowl a single ball, but batted very impressively. So he's showing that he has got many strings to his bow.
South Africa have been blessed with all-round talent, haven't they? You throw your mind back to the all-rounders they've given us, and to me, they've given us the best all-rounder I think ever, outside of maybe a Gary Sobers and Jacques Callis. So really, South Africa has given the world quite a wealth of talent when it comes to all-rounders.
Well, when Bangwada comes into the attack, not playing.
It's still Moreki, I believe.
No, I was saying when.
Yes. But having said that, it's a good point, because I think Moreki, he does look like he's starting to tire just a bit with that delivery.
So a good start by West Indies A, 57 without loss. So cricket England, cricket in Antigua. And I would think there's a couple of curry goat matches in Jamaica, some tape ball matches in Guyana. Cricket, lovely cricket. Done for 57. West Indies doing well at the Darren Sammy.
Not quite getting a hold of that. Long weekend as well in Trinidad and Tobago. They would have celebrated Indian Arrival Day on Friday, Reds.
Yep. I've seen many of them in Guyana. The Indian arrival celebrations are slightly different. The boats landed at different times.
That's right. Well, I would have played many a curry goat match back in Trinidad on these long weekends, particularly Easter.
So again, we have someone getting behind the bowler's arm.
It's a beautiful day for cricket, Reds, and as you pointed out, the only negative, I think, is that these stands aren't. They're not more viewers in, to come in. I saw you make an appeal on social media for persons to come in. You said it'll be a great match, and it's shaping up to be a great match, and you really wanted that atmosphere.
I know it's hard to get spectators. It's open gate. There's no charge. But I still feel enough promotion is not being done. I mean, there must be at least 2,000 English supporters in St. Lucia now. If they were told, hi, there's for a 4-day test, they would have been here. And that's taking the outside edge. We came close.
Optimistic appeal, though.
Yep. Yes, it's a matter which has not really been looked at. For example, we had a break between the ODIs. Was the captain and coaches on the air? Any television interviews? Was Imlac interviewed? And so the story goes.
It's Moreki trying to get the breakthrough for South Africa A. Good resistance so far by these two players, and a great delivery. That one just moving off the seam a bit. Oh my goodness. He will have his head in his hands.
But he had trouble with the bowler coming from the far end. Similar situation. Jason Smith moved a couple away from him, and that was a similar.
What can Louis do, Reds? I mean, we see he's continuing to just have some issues with that delivery. What can he do to improve that part of his game?
Well, I think he's got to pick up the line much quicker. He's got to pick up the line and movement much quicker. He's got to get onto the front foot, have a peep, as they say. More solid defensive shot, but that was right on the line of the off stump.
Yeah, do you think, you see batsmen coming out, remember the days when you'd see batsmen walking to the wicket having that little dance, that little jig, moving around, moving their feet. Do you think that can help? I mean, it's not easy to do once you've established the way that you bat. But you think that just more movement around the crease would help him out?
Yes, I think footwork is very, very important, and you gotta move to the line. Move to the line, and you don't have to play. If it's not that up, you can see the movement really early. So Smith is going to continue. None for 57. Just about 55 minutes, and the West Indies has scored 57. South Africa A winning the toss. I'm just trying to find a few spectators. Two to my right.
Well, going across the line, you'd expect Smith continuing over the wicket, this time to the left-hander. A few deliveries might come into Campbell, and we know how aggressive he is. They put a fielder on the fine leg boundary. But there is, aside from that's the only cover on the boundary on the leg side, and you think that if it goes anywhere down the leg side, Campbell's going to take him on.
So Campbell 23, Louis 28. West Indies a 57 with a loss. We have lost a little sunshine as this Smith comes in, and that was a bit of a brain freeze. Charging Smith there, never getting anywhere near the pitch, took the outside edge, and lady luck, it ran it through the slip area down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, the question is why? Why that shot? You know, it goes back to decision making in the context of the game and where you want to go. What was the purpose of that shot?
Yes, and it comes back to, you know, the early muscle memory. You know, a fellow who's been drilled. How much first class cricket you play? You know, what's your attitude towards building an innings?
I don't get it. Again, I don't get it, Reds. That the purpose of that shot. I mean, look, it wasn't. We said if it was on the leg side, Campbell would probably take him on. That delivery was not on the leg side. It was just outside the off stump. So I don't know. Maybe Campbell eyeing there. There's a lot of space. There's a short mid wicket, but beyond that, aside from the field on the fine leg boundary, there's no one on the boundary on the leg side. So maybe Campbell thinking he can exploit that.
Well, he wants to play for the West Indies. You can't gonna get a score playing like that. That should have been gone through backward point.
Yeah, not as an opener.
61. So a little bit loose bit of batting. No need to look for a shot. No pressure outside the line of the off stump.
You get the impression there. Just a couple of words being exchanged out there in the middle, and I have no problem with that, Reds. It just adds to the spice of the game. Just a couple of words being exchanged between Smith and Campbell.
Well, the good thing about it is that Andrew Coley will have the footage where he can show it this evening and say, you know, have a look. Why you did X? Why did you do that? You know, years ago you just didn't have that. But the facility is available. There's an analyst for each team. There's no gully anymore. Bad delivery. No real shot from Campbell. Gentle wind. You know, when you think of, you know, lovely day for cricket, blue sky and gentle breeze, it takes you back to 1971 and later.
Well, I wish I could say I remember that, but I was born the year after, which is why my name is actually Suno. And you can guess why.
You were telling me you were a very young man. You were born after 71. Well, badly lined by Jason Smith. No pressure on the left-hander. And more from you, Sunil. You will stay with JJ. He'll pick up the commentary.
West Indies getting off to a solid start again. You know, it looks like overcast conditions. We mustn't forget there's a lot of Sahara dust in the area as well. As we've seen another bowling change, this time from what you call the media center, and Moriki, he's been replaced. As Jamal joins me once more. And, Jamal, you took the toss this morning, and you said, look, it was a good toss to win. I think South Africa would have done the right thing in terms of putting West Indies A in, but it's not quite gone the way they would have expected, has it?
It's definitely not. After inserting a team, inviting them to have first knock, surely by now, after 12 overs, you would have wanted to have seen the back of two batters. It's Tristan Loose. Ooh, Tristan Loose on the attack. Loud appeal is on his haunches. Felt that this one was out.
Well, lots happening with that particular delivery. Let's wait for the replay and see if we can pick up exactly what had Luz so very, very excited. Luz, of course, getting that one to... Oh, well, I think they would have appealed first, hoping for a catch, and when the catch went, it didn't go to anybody. It went for a boundary. They would have tried the appeal for the LBW, but it clearly came off the outside edge of the bat.
Yes, you would have felt that this one landed on the toe. But look at the replay, showed otherwise.
Good
But
delivery.
start, yeah.
Once more pitched up outside the off stump. Louis trying to work that just backward a point, not beating the fielder, but Luz, his plan, as you can see, Jamal, he's intending to keep that delivery up, and with his height and with the wind which is picked up again, blowing that ball into Louis, you think it's a good strategy?
Yes, for sure. And just looking at his frame, it doesn't look like he would be that quick, but he is deceptively pacey. Quick whippy action.
Yes, absolutely. So good start from West Indies ace, 65 without loss. Morecki, he would have bowled 6 overs from this end. No joy for him, conceding 25 runs. Sele, 4 overs for 23 on the other end. And Jason Smith, he started well. And now we're seeing another change with Tristan Luz coming from this media center end at Darren Sammy.
It's opting for a much fuller length, and Morecki would have definitely have deserved the break. Bowled with some good heart. His last few deliveries beating the bat off. Mikael Louis just seemed to have been getting it right just before he left off.
He did, and the wind really picking up now. You think that Louis would be much more comfortable on his front foot, but Luz, he really gets that delivery to come in sharply.
Yes, and there's a picture of solidity in defense, presenting the full face, looking very compact in this innings. 32 of 41. Would have mentioned Sunil that he would have come into this game with some real struggles behind him. Didn't really set the breakout league alight. Didn't have the best of a first-class season. In need of some runs. Hoping to convert this good start into something impactful.
Well left, and hoping to impress as well, as you pointed out earlier, Jamal. The search on really for a partner for Craig Brathwaite, and Unred said, both these gentlemen will have had their eyes set on that. You have the Australia tour coming up, and that's going to be a tough tour. We know that Australia, they love coming to the West Indies. Not as competitive as it would have been in days gone by, but real opportunity, I think, for one of these players to step up. One of them would want to cash in. You think they'd want to get a century, because we know that there's a lot of life in this wicket. As we take the drinks break, and as we go to drinks, West Indies A, they're 65 without loss after 13 overs. But you think that the whatever devils that were in the pitch maybe at the start of play, they would have gone out. Both batsmen would have gotten used now to the bounce and to the pace, and you'd expect that one or both would want to carry on well into today, Jamal.
Yes, and you know, Sunil, the fact that you mentioned that there is a search for a partner for Brathwaite, I think that Michael Louis and his fans might not be pleased with that, with him being the incumbent opener. But such is the fact that he has not really cemented. Is it fair to say that he has not really cemented that position?
No, he hasn't. I mean, look, if anyone can say he's cemented that position, well, it's great. But he really hasn't. I mean, and we need to raise the bar much higher. We need to get the bar back to where it used to be. I think Louis has what it takes. I like Louis. I think he has what it takes. He looks good. He's a good player when he's in, but there are a couple areas of weakness that he has to work on, and that's not just for Louis to do. You have a coaching staff, you have a technical staff who works with the players. So you think that there would be an all-round effort. We've seen South Africa A already try to exploit what I think is one of his key weaknesses, which is just short outside the off stump.
Yes.
So I think if he can really just iron out one or two of those challenges that he has, he can absolutely put his hand up. Because look, we're talking about a partner for Craig Brathwaite, but we also need to look beyond Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite has played for a long time. He's been a great servant of West Indies cricket. But
Yes. And
you really don't know how long Craig's gonna remain in the game. So both of these batsmen should be looking for the opportunity to be the two new openers for West Indies cricket.
Yes, well said. Brathwaite approaching the 100th test. But how much do you read into the fact, Sunil, that John Campbell was one of the 6 men considered for the leadership of the West Indies team?
Yeah, well, as we know, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about the strategy that was used to select a captain this time around. Ruston Chase, he got the nod. I think Reds made a point, and it's been a topic of conversation that maybe Imlac, if he makes the West Indies senior team, should have been considered for the vice captaincy, because you're looking
At the
at the future. Yeah, you're looking at the future, and he's shown his credentials and competency as a captain with Guyana. Ruston Chase, I wish him well. I think Ruston Chase is an experienced player. I think Chase is someone who has West Indies cricket to heart. He's playing in a white ball series out in the UK, but I think you've already seen his mindset, focus, energy change since that announcement has come about.
It's a good start after the break from Jason Smith. Campbell just playing after that delivery. Reached the gloves of the wicketkeeper. It's a really good point that you have made. But many persons have it set in their minds that because Campbell was considered for leadership, that he is going to be the new partner for Brathwaite. So for you're saying that it's not automatic. He needs to put up his hand in these 40
Michael
games.
Louis, you're talking about
Campbell.
Of course, he needs to put, and that's a safe shot, a safe shot. And it does he pick up a boundary for it? No, he doesn't, because he didn't time it well. There's nothing wrong with being aggressive. Ben Duckett is extremely aggressive for England. I think the key is the decisions that you make. And the last over, Reds and I were talking about a couple of shots that Campbell played. He's lucky to still be there with those shots. It's the decision that you can be aggressive. I like the fact that Campbell's aggressive.
Are you talking about the sweep, Sunil, of the fast bowler?
No. That was actually, with the ball coming into him down the leg side, that was actually a smart shot. I was talking about the pull to a ball outside the off stump. And I was talking about the wild swing that got an edge. Unfortunately, ran away for 4.
Yes, and I remember you had mentioned Coach Kohli, renowned coach from the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think that any conversation would have been had? Reds mentioned maybe showing John Campbell some tips at the end of the game, but don't you think that they're trying to just maybe keep up his aggression, just maintain that from John Campbell? Possibly the West Indies are looking for a more aggressive opener.
I think what you need to do is get the basics right first. I don't know if the conversation should be about keeping up aggression. The conversation should be about batting properly, making correct decisions. And then if you can play aggressive after that, then fine. The aggression comes in after you get the basic and what's right first. And then the aggression can come into it.
But given that this is the way that he has found himself back into West Indies cricket, back on the A team.
Yeah, well, Reds had said, Reds made a good point earlier on. He's talking about muscle memory and instinct. And that is very true in terms of some of these deliveries. A lot of it may be instinct, really, that muscle memory going into it. And that is where the mental aspect of the game comes in. And you need to be strong mentally in terms of being able to manage, to really take control of that muscle memory, really manage, take control of that instinct so you can maximize on it.
And there you see it again, Sunil. You've been mentioning it. When that ball is back pitched on about the line of the off stump, Mikhail Louis just flirting with danger.
Yeah, look, it's outside the line of the off stump. Louis has to know where his off stump is because he's much better off leaving those deliveries alone, not getting his bat in the way. But you need to be very aware, and you need to be aware where your stumps are and where your front foot lands.
Yes, upon replay, you saw that delivery was about fifth stump. Had no business pushing forward to that one.
Well, that got the treatment, didn't it? Short and wide, and Louis this time quickly onto his back foot, smashing it through a packed offside field down to that cover boundary for 4. So good shot from Louis, just releasing the shackles a bit, takes the score on to 74 without loss. He moves on to 36.
Yes, and the objective would have certainly have been to back pitch that delivery on about off stump, maybe on a tighter line, but this time the bowler making that mistake and was made to pay for it by Mikhail Louis and his aggressive intent.
So it's interesting that you should make that point because Louis does have an aggressive side to him as well. And, we were talking about really balancing that aggression with, particularly if you're an opener, with being watchful. I think Louis does a really good job of it. It's just, sometimes that ball just outside the off stump, more awareness of it. He just needs to work a bit harder, but he's a good player. Like I say, I like Louis.
So Campbell is working this one neatly off the pads, and strike rotation has been a feature of this partnership.
Decent run rate so far for an unofficial test match, 5.3. So they're scoring at a healthy pace, and it's as always, great conditions here. It's a good-looking pitch. The pitch has something for both the bowlers and the batsmen. It's a quick outfield, but as always at Darren Sammy Stadium, really, really excellent outfield, excellent pitch. Great place to play cricket.
And so bowler gets it right. They just feel that that's the antidote for Mikhail Louis. 36 of 45. And the higher up you go, he will be tested and tested more consistently.
Absolutely. Lou's, started bowling very full early on, and now he's just pulled back his length a bit. Jamal.
Supposed to be aware of that famous drive from Mikhail Louis. Doesn't want to come too close.
Well left. Well left. Well played by Louis. Once he can, I think, concentrate and just wait for that delivery that's on his strength. Because once there's no one covering the boundary on the offside. There's a very close set field on the offside. And you know that if he gets that ball on the drive, it's going to go for 4. It's just patience and concentration.
This is what you want as an opener. You want to have a good start on the first day.
Well left again.
It's so critical, Sunil, that you mentioned as an opener. You need to know where your off stump is. I've been just looking at it on the screen, and He's making that back and across movement, but he isn't really getting onto off stump.
Hmm.
And most of the time, he makes a shuffle like he's playing the most deliveries on the move.
Yeah, and a small shuffle, you know. Does it get him sufficiently in line? I think that's the question. But, he's making the effort. Clearly, he's making the effort to concentrate. We saw in those last two deliveries. No one will be more aware than Louis himself of what he needs to work on. And I think it's really, again, that mental toughness, that ability to concentrate. As a West Indies fan, you want him to get it right. As a West Indies fan, you want him to do well. We want to see our players excel. We want to see our players do well. I really hope both of them go on to score not just half centuries, but centuries today. But it takes real focus and concentration, and that's a bit of a loose shot. It was short. Fortunately, the field was in, and he gets away with it. In fact, he gets 2 runs.
So we had mentioned that Tristan Lucy is deceptively pacey, and you mentioned at the start that he opted for a fuller length, so this one definitely a surprise delivery, and it really climbed up Michael Louis. The tall frame of Michael Louis rushed him, and thankfully you didn't put the comment to discuss on him. He went down in disgust. He really thought that he was out.
Well, he lives to fight another day. Nicely played. Louis just arms through for a single, but then some really poor work there by the skipper Ackerman allows him to get a second run.
So again, when being asked to drive, full face of the bat, firm push, he looks like that is his zone. That's his area.
Yeah, he seems capable as well to the short delivery. As you said, his eyes lit up when Luz dropped that in short. But you also made the point that Luz is deceptively quicker. He doesn't look it, but the ball really, really comes through with some pace.
And Michael Louis has gone on to 40 or 49. We've seen some 15 overs. Score 79 without loss. And there is John Campbell flirting with danger outside the off stump. A shot that could only be described as a nothing shot. And just giving away his wicket.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's exactly what we've been talking about all along, Jamal. It's him wanting to score, but you need to be aware of your field as well. I don't get why it's the decision making. Why play a delivery like that with the field that was set? There was a strong offside field, 2 slips. There was a gully as well. Really, it's catching practice.
Yes, he looked like he was trying to run that ball down. He didn't play it with the same level of conviction, intent, and authority that he had started the innings with. Not sure what just happened.
Well, I mean, look, you play that shot if there were no slips in place. Funnily enough, it went through to the keeper, so he didn't even get the kind of connection he was hoping. But that's the kind of shot you play when there's nobody in slip, really. But credit to Smith, he's made the breakthrough for South Africa, 79 for 1. John Campbell, he departs. Smith has been rewarded for his consistent line and length. He's worked very hard since he's come in. 3.1 overs, 1 for 18.
Yes, and from the first delivery he bowled, he always looked like he was going to be the one to take that wicket.
So it's Kevlon Anderson who's come in to replace John Campbell. Anderson, again, a player who has an opportunity here, Jamal.
Stake a claim for upward mobility into the international ranks. Many persons believe that he should have been there a long time ago. And testament to the good form and consistency that he has shown at all levels of regional cricket.
In fact, if Reds was head selector, he'd be in the UK at this moment. Anderson, of course, the 24-year-old from Guyana.
There's a lot to like about Anderson. I recall that he did register a half century in the one-day leg of the series. Let's look the part.
So again, a strong offside field. Jason Smith continues. Very consistent. Anderson. And you see the difference with Anderson. More movement, getting behind that delivery, working it into the offside. And we were reflecting on Mikhail Louis. And I think you can see already the difference between their style and their approach.
For sure, second ball, a big shuffle across to the off stump to get in line. And playing that one with the inward movement. Dropping this one on the leg side. So it's come out with some intelligence. Was in two minds on that occasion.
He appeared to take his eye off the ball, didn't he?
But this is some good intelligent bowling as well. Recognize that the batter is shuffling across the off stump, but no movement of the feet on that occasion, caught on the crease.
Yeah. Al Anderson, he needs to settle in quickly. South Africa would have been buoyed by that dismissal of John Campbell. John Campbell could have taken a West Indies score up very quickly.
Is he off the mark? Let's wait for a signal from the umpire. Yes, this one had some bat on it, so Anderson underway. So I did like the start from John Campbell. I like to see the stroke making. You just have to feel that he gave it away.
Yes, well, he'll get other opportunities. But Mikhail Louis, of course, he'll want to continue. He's on 40. He'll want to continue to pile on the runs. And well left. I'm really happy to see clearly the effort Louis is making now to focus and to concentrate a bit harder, Jamal.
Good application, and this is what is expected of someone who wants any doubts to bed concerning his place in the team.
Imlac, he'll certainly want to impress as well. But beyond that, I mean, Alec Athanaze, Kavim Hodge, they're also in this A team, and I think they also will want to score some runs. They'll want to really have a good good game, both this game and the game that follows this one.
Certainly a lot at stake for a number of those players, inclusive of the ones that you've just mentioned. This has been the talk of the region where cricket is concerned.
I don't know, but Jamala, it seems Anderson just takes his eye off the ball at the last moment.
He has enjoyed success in recent times, but a lot to read into when he came in and he made that big movement across, so possibly not settled as yet. Gets one on the line of the body and looked a bit more comfortable there, for sure.
He would have enjoyed that one. Worked comfortably down to the fine leg fielder.
So, you know, sometimes, Sunil, when you're just starting your innings, the non-strikers then is a good place to be.
Gives you an opportunity to see what's going on, to align what you're seeing with the advice you would have gotten from your partner on the other end, as Luz in once more.
There's that Yorker again from Luz. His very first delivery. There was a loud appeal from that Yorker, and we see it again. So we've seen the Yorker and we've seen a short delivery. Mikhail Louis just thankful to get the bat down in time on that one.
Yeah, and I think Louis has to be aware. Lou's mixing it up well, I'd say, and Louis just has to be aware. Fortunately, you think the pace of an Alzari Joseph, he would have been in some trouble.
Yorker again, this time more watchful from Mikhail Louis. Almost as if he was expecting that one.
Yeah, this time very, very much more aware, Louis. So good bowling from Luz. He would have completed just 2.5 overs, conceded 10 runs.
He almost reminds me of the Englishman Sam Curran, albeit that he's bowling with his right hand. Quick whippy action.
Again, Louis, much more watchful. He's looking the part. Now, Louis. I think he knows I think he wants to carry on. He knows that it's important for him to have a good knock. First landmark, of course, would be his half century. He's on 40.
There's that short one again from Tristan Luce, keeping the batters guessing, keeping them honest. This one rearing from the pitch.
And using his height to maximum effect. This time, Louis just working that into the leg side for an easy single.
Yes, Mikhail Louis certainly blessed with height. He's moved on to 41 of some 54 deliveries. It's been a good start. Has mixed aggression with some good defense. Look quite solid and compact.
And also some good news for West Indies fans. England are 93 for 4 in 13 overs.
Smith to continue. Gets the inside edge of Mikhail Louis. This one will run close to the boundary, but will not get there. And Mikhail Louis picks up some 3 runs. Yesterday you were telling us about the one-day team.
Yeah, so 3 ducks in the England innings so far. Alzari Joseph, he has 2 for 9. He would have bowled Joss Butler for a duck. Harry Brook also went, caught Seals, bowled Joseph. So England 93 for 4. The West Indies in a good position. The fat lady, she's far from singing, but the West Indies in a good position out there in Cardiff. England need 216 from 36 overs.
Very, very interesting. But Kevin Anderson solidly behind this one. But who is at the crease for England?
It's Joe Root. He's on 30-something odd. Not out. And I mean, look, it's Joe Root. He's going to put his head down and bat. And joining Joe Root would be the Barbadian turned Englishman, Jacob Bethel.
The dangerous Bethel.
Really good player.
Bethel destroyed the bowling attack in the previous encounter, getting an 80-odd.
I like that. This time Anderson getting across, getting behind the delivery. And Smith just going about his work, not hustling, just being very metronomic in terms of his approach this morning.
Yes, not the quickest, but you must admire his discipline.
Got the breakthrough.
It's important. And he's still getting some movement from the surface. There's Anderson again, walking across his stump, and some good bowling from Jason Smith, going for full-length delivery, attacking the stumps.
Yeah, just trying to mix it up a bit. 2 deliveries left, and then Dr. Joseph Redsborough, he will come in to join you, Jamal, to continue our commentary here. coverage of the West Indies A tour, the South Africa A tour of the West Indies. We're at the Darren Sammy Stadium in beautiful St. Lucia. It's a lovely day for cricket. Any day is a lovely day for cricket. Smith once more into Anderson.
Very watchful. Anderson knows the importance of this innings as well. And as you mentioned, so many people behind him. Many persons believe that he shouldn't be here. He should be overseas.
Well, he's here. And he needs to make the most of it. Look, we can't say he's overseas. He should be overseas if he's here and he doesn't do anything. So,
It's true.
you know, he needs to prove why people are saying he should be overseas, and he needs to score some runs. So,
He has found himself in the top scorers of all tournaments regionally. Breakout League, first class cricket.
so after 18 overs, West Indies are 85 for 1. John Campbell, he would be the batsman who's been dismissed. Jamal, we'll leave you with some further comments as Dr. Joseph Reds Pereira comes in to join you.
Yes, and just to take you, our viewers, to what has gone on this far, just to look at the scorecard, we've seen John Campbell. He has been dismissed by Jason Smith. Campbell got 33 of 43. Michael Louis is at the wicket right now. He's on 44 of 55 deliveries with 7 fours. Kevin Anderson walked out at the dismissal of Campbell, has scored 2 runs. He has faced 11 deliveries. And 4 bowlers used by the South Africa A team: Moreki, Sele, Jason Smith, and Tristan Luce. Here's Luce. Mikael Louis just turning this one neatly off the pads. Another shot that he's been quite proficient in today. Working the ball off his stumps. Showing some good balance and has timed the ball really well. Reds, welcome back to the box.
Thank you. And not an overall bad start by the West Indies A. They've lost Campbell. One of the things I noticed sitting in the back of the box is how deep Louis bats in his crease, where both Campbell and Anderson, Campbell is gone of course, Anderson is a lot more on the crease area and could come back, could get forward much easily.
It's a very interesting point that you've made, Reds, as the scamper for a quick single. But Reds, so could that be one of the reasons why he has struggled with that delivery once it's back pitched on the line of the off stump?
Yes, I think he's too much in the crease. If he was a little more forward with his guard, maybe for the faster bowlers, you bat 3 or 4 inches outside of your crease. You can pick up the line and length maybe a lot better.
Very tall man, Louis. Back pitch delivery, but this one doesn't have the pace to cause any significant concerns. Looking to turn that one into that backward square region. There's acreage of space out there. The drop and run is definitely on. Fielder is posted deep on the boundary. Long leg and
overall the running between the wickets has been quite good.
And the driving from Michael Louis today has certainly been exceptional. Another example of the class and authority of Michael Louis once given the opportunity to stroke the ball for the offside.
Well, you can't recognize Louis when you watch him in the breakout tournament. This has been well put together innings, moving towards a half century, and he's played some one or two real delightful shots, and that was good timing, good placement. He's had difficulty with the ball moving away, maybe because he bats so deep in the crease, but a good hit by Louis.
At Yorker again from Tristan Luce, always trying to catch the batters off guard.
So the scoreboard, which of course is not controlled by Roland Cox, has been all over the place. They had initially Imlac opening the innings at Campbell. Then that was changed. They had Imlac coming at 3. Then we saw Anderson as we expect. But I said, it's not controlled by Roland Cox. What I can tell you for sure is 91 for 1.
I think that might be silly in being given a return to the bowling lineup. But we'll just confirm that for you. Yes, Ukushli Silly been brought back into the attack. Kevin Anderson, Reds making big movements across his stumps, and possibly a plan by the South Africans to target that middle and leg stump line.
Well, the delivery was way outside the line of the leg stump. And maybe he was just moving inside of the line to get onside, or maybe to just play it very, very fine. But he's had a very good first class, 500 odd runs, and in the 3 ODIs he did look the part. He was very solid.
I think, Reds, when you speak about young players in the region, certainly Anderson has impressed.
Wickham, Paris, few others.
I too felt that Wickham did look the part in the ODI series.
Wickham got a start in one game, but they didn't quite go on. But no doubt someone with talent, as widely thought about. That was a good delivery. It certainly just held the line, didn't come back for Anderson to play forward defensively.
Pushing at that one, flirting with some danger early on in his innings. Just mentioned flirting with danger, and he found it and has found himself dismissed. Silly brought back into the attack just for this purpose, to prize out a wicket. This one was pitched up, moved away, didn't get close enough to that one, flashed the bat, and a comfortable catch at second slip. So Anderson will have to go to the dugout and think about that mistake that he's made, Reds.
Yes, good dismissal from the South African point of view. Didn't get to the pitch, outside edge, and maybe looking to play too much of an aggressive shot. I mean, we are 20 minutes away from lunch. You got to think of making sure that your selection is important, but a disappointing innings by Anderson. One was looking forward from a West Indies point of view for him to get a fairly substantial score. So Campbell 3, Anderson, Campbell 33, Anderson 3, and the West Indies are 91 for 2. 91 for 2.
Yes, but it was good captaincy from Ackerman to have brought back one of his strike bowlers, Sealy. Sealy
And
has impressed.
And Hodges, new batsman.
Kavem Hodges in, player of international experience. Did have a century in the first class, but would certainly be looking for the opportunity to put something big on the board. Anderson not doing justice to his form, talent and ability. But Hodge has the ability now. Has the opportunity. Quite compact in defense on his first delivery. Has looked quite solid when he has played for the West Indies at senior level, Hodge.
Yes, Hodge puts a pretty big price on his wicket. He's a fighter. He's had some very good scores from the West Indies. He hasn't had the best, maybe, first-class season.
Yes, Reds, but I think that when the tallies were done, would have been Hodge and Afanes. They would have been the ones leading the batting for West Indies in the previous year.
Yes, they have worked their way into the West Indies team by putting runs on the board for the Windwards. They get runs for Dominica in the Windwards tournament. But an opportunity for Hodge. I mean, what the selectors will do, you know, lots of people are picking teams. Will hope be considered, because he did say in an interview he would like to play red ball, although he did turn down the captaincy from all reports. So the West Indies selectors, Darren Sammy and Miles Bascom, more to the point, have got some options.
Yes, and it was mentioned that it is not a requirement that you play red ball cricket to be selected for the red ball team. So Hope is certainly in with a chance. And registered a half century today, so maybe that might count in his favor. Michael Louis once more on the drive. This one will attempt the fielders, but trickles over the boundary in the end. Such was the timing. And again, Michael Louis on the front foot and on the drive and picks up a boundary.
Yes, yet another boundary. Again, not a lot of power, but placement and timing as he got onto the front foot. Strong bottom hand into the shot. So he's moving to his 50s. He's 53. And he's done himself no harm.
Run certainly is the currency of a batter. And Michael Louis is looking good. Another exquisite drive there from Michael Louis, and another example showing some good proficiency on the front foot. And how many fours has he hit, Reds?
I just checked with Roland Crocs, 9 fours out of a total of 53.
Yes, some 36 runs for boundaries. Quite elegant boundaries. We must commend him for that. It's been good viewership from the combox.
And you know, if you didn't see the innings, you will say, "Hi, 9 fours and 53." He must have played some attacking shots all morning, but it'd be more timing and placement than naked attack.
Yes, he's been quite classy. Just one stroke of his looked quite violent. The ball that he spanked through towards extra cover. This one was full and wide, and he gave everything. But apart from that, he's looked in good touch. Ooh, some indecision from Mikael Louis. Do I play? Do I leave? Caught in two minds, and Captain Ackerman, he didn't have a fielder posted there.
Ball played bat. Trying to pull out of the shot in two minds and lifting it up to her shoulder. Ball hit the face of the bat, but there's no third slip. So Lady Luck running with Louis.
Just on a replay, so that Morecki had some good wrist position behind that ball. It angled in and shaped away, and I think that helped to cause that indecision from Louis. Yes, and even there, Morecki showing that he has the ability to move the ball both ways, albeit it's been some 20 plus overs, but good skill from Morecki.
Yeah, made a little bit of height, and Louis looked a little uncomfortable as he went back. My own feeling is, as I said, I think he's just a little too deep in the crease.
Another good delivery, but that edge that was found would have to go in as another example that when the ball was back pitched to him again, he found himself in some trouble.
Yes, I think maybe a better play on the front foot, but one must give him credit for reaching where he's gotten. 9 fours and 57, and I would think that if Craig Emanuel is representing the information panel that I think has been formed to provide information, I think he would be here and would be reporting on the half century and beyond.
There's a loud appeal from Saley. This one looked like it jagged back and wrapped Hodge on the pads. Just looking on the replay to see if this one had much going for it. Ooh la la, Reds. Oh my goodness.
Well, what you're saying that it was very close?
Certainly was. Certainly was. This one is edged again. Gavin Hodge caught on the crease. Saley brought back and has picked up 2 wickets. Finding the outside edge and another smart catch in the cordon.
Yep, moved away. And the West Indies all of a sudden had virtually lost the first session. You know, if you went to lunch at 90 odd for one, you figure, well, you've won the first session, but they are now 3 down for 99, and the South Africans are very happy.
Yes, and the quality of the bowling did not allow for Kavem Hodge to get stuck in today. We had mentioned that he's someone who has been quite compact, quite disciplined, placed a high value on his wicket, but all batters tend to be quite vulnerable at the start of the innings, and that was a really good delivery. Again, angled in and shaped away.
And a good low catch too. It wasn't straightforward. It wasn't a very easy catch into the mid wicket. He had to make ground down and forward. So South Africa, who struggled to maybe get any inroads into the West Indies A, now all of a sudden, as we have 12 minutes or thereabouts to lunch, the West Indies A are 99 for 3.
Yes, you mentioned Red's a very smart catch, and we must remember that on the world circuit, the South Africans are known for high quality fielding, high standards in the field. So it's good to see that this has trickled down to the A team. But one Dominican replaces another. Afanes is at the crease.
Not coming with a lot of runs in the recent ODIs, but it's a different day. And no doubt himself and Andrew Coley would be discussing what might have gone wrong. One of the problems of Athens is the movement of the feet. Tends to play with the hands well away. Now I think this is an example. He's not batting deep in the crease as Louis.
Almost squared up by that delivery from Sealy. Sealy who just caught Hodge on the crease. Full delivery, didn't really come forward enough to that one. Found the outside edge.
A little bit of movement away, which we have seen quite a lot this morning. When Smith came in, he had the ball moving away from Louis.
South Africans with the tail up at this moment. We've seen some high quality bowling. And you mentioned that movement, Reds. It's been impressive that the bowlers have been able to move the ball in both ways, both directions.
Yes, initially they struggled with their line. Initially they were all over the shot. But in the last hour, the South African discipline has been of a very high standard.
Afanes works this one off the pads, gets himself off the mark, gets his innings underway. Another good over from Sealy. Has picked up 2 wickets upon return, re-entrance into the attack. Bowled some 6 overs, picked up 2 for 24. Score 100 for 3. Reds lunch is approaching soon.
Well, they can't afford to lose any more wickets between now and lunch. And this is a kind of difficult time to come in because you just don't have enough time to set the foundation. You've got to be very watchful and simply bat until the umpire says lunch.
Yes, and you must admire the captaincy of Ackerman. He's brought back Sealy and he's now brought back Morecki. So he senses an opportunity. Strike bowlers employed into the attack. Here's Morecki. So that's Afan is quite solidly behind this one. A young player, but quite experienced now.
Well, many places being competed for the opening game against Barbados. The selectors will probably have some idea of what they want, but I think people need to show slate, show form, put together runs.
Certainly, Reds, in your time, have you ever seen a period where there has been so much competition for places in West Indies cricket? So many players knocking on the door?
Many players in the past that made a lot of runs in Shell Shield cricket and could not get in. You know, you can think about a number of players. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Edge found again. But Afan is playing with soft hands. It's important that your defensive game is intact. Just taking one hand of the bat, trying to ensure that that ball does not carry to the cordon. But a good start to the second spell for Morecki. Two slips in the gully. A wait.
South Africa's sensing that with the new batsman in and with lunch around the corner, people tend to be very watchful, but sometimes over watchful, get too defensive. So it's a difficult period. Maybe 2 overs left. No pressure there on Athens.
Some ball outside of stump and just teasing, just testing Athens, just testing his willingness to again flirt with danger outside the line of the off stump, as we did see with Kevlin Anderson.
Well, quite a few of the dismissals caught the slip, and that tells the story. Maybe looking to drive, looking to push forward when the length was not correct.
So that brings the over to an end. It's 100 for 3 after 23 overs. And the rest, you're so right about it, because every batter dismissed so far has been caught behind the wicket.
You know, if you go way back, you know, around 1950, Kenny Trestrail, Trinidad and Tobago batsman, made a lot of runs. Got 1,000 runs in 1950 in England.
Wow.
Could get in. Weeks, Worrell and Walcott. Around 1 year, Ralston Otto, the late. One season in particular, 500 plus runs, just could not break in. Maurice Foster. I can call a number of names who got a lot of runs at the regional level.
It's silly, and there is another appeal. Silly is really looking good, causing some concern for the West Indies A batters.
Yeah, it's a difficult period. First, the wicket of Anderson going after Campbell went for 33. And when Anderson departed, Hodge came in. He didn't have a very long stay. So South Africa has come way back into the first session.
Seemingly attacking that front part of Mikhail Louis. It is actually another area where he has struggled, has gotten bowled a lot, and leg before wicket plenty of times.
But he's looked very solid overall. He looks very solid overall.
Certainly has.
When you look at his form or lack of runs in the breakout, he's put all that behind.
So you would certainly give him some points for his mental strength.
Yeah, he's concentrating. He's played 1 or 2 top 9 shots this morning. He said 9 fours in his innings of 57, and it wasn't aggressive batting. It wasn't the Gordon Greenwich type of display. It was more timing and placement. Some of the straight drives were peaches.
Getting right across his stumps for this one.
Well, this is a time where the batsman should have a little mid-wicket conference. Eat up some seconds.
It's the value of experience. Get over, tie your shoelace, Reds.
Well,
Do something.
just realize that you can check with the umpire, but no mid-wicket conference.
Goodness gracious me, Reds. Unbelievable. You had mentioned it, Reds, that they can't afford to lose another wicket before lunch. But Mikhail Louis again looking for the drive. That one not pitched right up to him. Back pitched outside the off stump, going for a booming drive. Lost some concentration and lost his wicket.
Top hand on the bat. The bottom hand left the bat and bowled all over the shop. So we were saying that, you know, you can be 90 out for 1 and 100 for 4 at lunch. You've lost the first session. And South Africa, you can do justice, JJ, to the South African bowling.
For sure. So just to take you viewers to what has transpired. Mareki, 8 overs, 3 maidens, conceded 33 runs, no wickets thus far. Crucially, Sele, 6.5 overs, picked up 3 wickets for 24 runs. Has been the chief destroyer of the session. Jason Smith, 5 overs, 22 runs. Accounted for John Campbell, picked up that 1 wicket. And Tristan Luce, 4 overs, 17 runs, no wickets, no maidens.
And at lunch, 100 for 4, JJ, you can just maybe look at the dismissal of the West Indies loss of 4. First to go, of course, was Campbell. Go ahead.
Yes, John Campbell, first man to be dismissed, caught by Moon Sami of the bowling of Smith. Went for 33, faced some 43 deliveries. Had a good partnership with Mikhail Louis. Mikhail Louis, who was just dismissed on the stroke of lunch, bowled by Okushle Sele. He went for 57 of 70 deliveries. He had hit some 10 fours. Kevlin Anderson went quite early, caught in the cordon by Herman of the bowling of Sele. He scored 3. Kavem Hodge did not trouble the scorers today. Again caught by Herman of the bowling of Sele. And Afanez is just gotten that single, just 1 run. He has faced some 10 deliveries.
So that's the position at lunch. Good afternoon to you in South Africa. It's getting up to midday and past midday in the Eastern Caribbean. And we will be back in just about 35 minutes with more on this opening day of the first 4-day game between West Indies A and South Africa. And South Africa definitely enjoying the first session. So advantage to South Africa, and the West Indies with Athens 1, Imlac maybe to come next. The West Indies will have to look towards those two for a big partnership. That is all ahead of us. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, enjoy your tea wherever you are, and it's goodbye from the Darren Sammy. And welcome back to the Darren Sammy, where the West Indies are about to resume with 100 for 4, with Atenes on 1 and Imlac just about to face 1 delivery. 100 for 4 off 23.5. So the A-team captain, 1 delivery to face. And Sele driving well, nicely off the mark. That'll be 4 true extra cover. Beautiful looking shot. Well, he had a very good 4-day game. Didn't play, of course, in the Dream 11. So he's 4. Atenes 1. And the West Indies, after 24 overs, are 104 for 4. You've seen much of Imlac before?
It's not much, but what a way to announce yourself at the crease. Lovely looking shot from Tevin Imlac out onto the front foot and stroking this one for the covers. Statement piece by the captain.
Averaging, I think, at the first class level, 47. He's got to play a captain's knock here himself, and Imlac has really got to put together a very good partnership. Because South Africa certainly winning this. Muriqi none for 33 off 8 to move into Atenes. So pressure on the West Indies A middle order. Campbell going for 33. Anderson after that went for 3. Hope didn't quite bother Roland Cox. And just on the stroke of lunch, no mid-wicket conference to force maybe the luncheon interval. And we had a big booming drive from Louis, bowled all over the shop for a well-played innings. Details on Louis. 57 of 70 balls. He hit 10 fours. But JJ will agree, a surprising shot just before lunch.
Certainly didn't look good. His head was in the air, the weight was back. One hand came off the bat. This one wasn't quite pitched up to him, so this one was far away from him and looking for an expansive stroke.
And he had worked so hard to be there. That's looking to get onto the front foot. He's not been in the best form. Struggled a bit in the ODI. Like many, he is competing for a place against Australia at Kensington, where the West Indies 75 team, the majority of them will be there as special guests in a celebration at one of the leading hotels in Barbados. Just transferring the weight there onto the left leg.
Will you be there at that game, Rats?
No, not invited. Not many people remember that myself and Tony Kosher did the entire World Cup. But, that's a long time ago. I don't suppose any members of the board are wrong then. You weren't born then. Good delivery, right in target, turning it away. But, that celebration would be nice if they had done it after 25 years. Just about everybody would have been alive. There's no Fredericks, there's no Keith Boyce. A few have moved on in age. We'd have to wait to see who will finally arrive in Barbados. Nice looking shot, but well knocked down at cover. So the West Indies are up against it. South Africa not giving away any free runs. So a test now on Imlac. West Indies player in his own right. Imlac is 4. Atenes 1. And certainly the South Africans can attack, and I think you should see a little more of aggressive field placing. I've never seen a forward short leg in any of the matches they played. There are no silly point. I mean, you have a team 104 for 4. There's no third slip. No discussion points.
Yes, for sure, but you must still commend them on the discipline that they've shown. And the captaincy as well, because we would have mentioned that just before the luncheon interval, Captain Ackerman, he introduced his strike bowlers. He brought back Sealy, and that brought some significant rewards. Picked up 3 wickets.
Yes, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 24. The other wicket taker Smith, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22, and all around in the making. He goes on to the back foot. There's runs here for West Indies A, picking up 2, playing it square, using the hands nicely. He is the incumbent new West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, and he's got to show his class here. He's also the captain. The next A team will be captained by Warrican, and the team is changed up a bit. Sealy leaving it alone outside the off stump, jumping on cross. He pays great tribute to his family for encouraging, helping, and I suppose there are people in this club, people who have helped him with his batting and wicket keeping. Guyana has produced about 5 or 6 outstanding wicket keepers. 2 slips gully. Going back many years ago, Cyril Christiani, brilliant, the elder brother of Robert Christiani, who played against England in 35 in the West Indies. But Ivan Barrow was not a good a keeper, but was a better batsman. The first West Indian to get 100 in England, just before the late great George Headley. I'll continue that. As straight as an arrow and just pushing through the line. After Cyril Christiani, there was Robert himself, who kept on occasions for the West Indies, but it was more of Clyde Walcott. But Clifford McQuart was taken to India in 1949 and eventually got a test cap at 54 against England, had a couple of 50s, and had 1 game against Australia in 55. That's caught almost. Nope. Thought for a minute it had. Well, there is an appeal, and umpire Reefer is going towards his fellow. And what's the decision? They're appealing for a catch, and I think coming off the pad, so it's been turned out.
Let's take a look at this one on replay. bit too. Looks
Probably
like
played it into the
yes,
ground.
Yes, certainly indicated by the replay. Again,
Well-
some good bowling from Sealy to have found the edge.
And the appeal was made, and the umpires met. The ruling umpire, Reefer, went to his colleague at square leg, and it appears the ball was played into the ground. 106 for 4, Atenes in strike, and Muriqi none for 33 to continue.
It's good bowling. But you know, Reds, I do have some news that might delight some and dissatisfy a few. Who won the game against England. Joe Root has notched up another 100. Joe Root 112 not out. The score 225 for 5 in pursuit of 308.
And they need what number of balls?
Well, it's some 12 overs to go.
Okay. But not a lot of batting to come. It's the bowlers after this.
So Will Jacks is on 45 not out of 42 deliveries.
Yes, batting deep.
And the thing about England is that everyone can hold the bat, and they have proven that they can do so quite successfully. So West Indies, they need wickets and wickets quickly.
Muriqi around the wicket to the left-handed Atenes. Good afternoon to the folks in Dominica, where the volumes are turned up. It depends if you like to hear it loud or you're having a Sunday afternoon after lunch. Maybe trying not to fall asleep. There's a certain gentleman whose name I will not call is wide awake. Good afternoon to all in the Caribbean, and after lunch is in the afternoon time in South Africa as he gets onto the front foot. One of the changes, I don't know if you read this, JJ, one of the changes in the white ball rules is that where they allow 2 balls to be used, one from each end, that will be changed to 1 ball after 35 overs. The bowling captain will have to decide which one he wants to continue. So no 2 balls will continue until 50 overs is bowled. A couple of other changes I think will be implemented very soon. I think even before the Australian West Indies series. A beautiful shot, elegant. Played that, lovely square drive. Touch of class on that occasion. As he takes his time about putting together this innings, he moves to 5. Atenes 5, Imlac 4, and the West Indies under the Koch. 110 for 4. And the sun greeting a lovely square drive by Atenes, just breaking through. Sahara dust, but we've had an overnight conditions for the last couple of days, mid-morning, very much so. Wind is pleasant. Spectators, maybe a half dozen. Good judgment, not looking for the drive, and through to the keeper. So after lunch we've seen one beautiful shot.
Yes, there is certainly an aesthetic appeal to the batting of Alec Afanes. He just reminded us of his class, stroking this one. Square drive. Not a shot that many people play nowadays. Good to know that he has that in the arsenal.
Well, he had everything going for him, feet moving, and that's been maybe his problem. A lot of hands in the efforts, but the footwork not always there. 110 for 4. Early days in the partnership. Beautiful delivery. Beating Imlac, leaving the right-hander who was defending. Came forward, had a look, stood his ground, probed at it. Well bowled.
Every once in a while, Sealy just produces a bit of magic. And we saw that in the stroke of lunch, picking up 3 wickets in that spell. And there we saw a peach of a delivery to Imlac, angling in and shaping away. Right-handers tend to find that difficult to negotiate.
Got another good delivery. Bringing Imlac forward. A testing time here for the 18 batsmen. Just to cater for viewers who might have been away, at church or beach. West Indies had a very good start. 79 for 1 when Campbell was caught Bunsami off the bowling of Smith. And when Anderson went for 3, caught Herman off the sealer, it was 91 for 2. With confident shot, ball pitched up, driving them it off. And to continue that, Hodge caught Herman, bowled Sealer, no score, 99 for 3. And then came the shocker just before lunch. 1 ball left. Louis had an expansive drive. Bowled all over the shop for a when played 57, 100 exactly for 4. And he had some 12 fours rolling in that 57. Yep. And that's very watchful. No real power. But it is clear as Sunday morning that these two have got a responsibility here to dig West Indies out of trouble on a very pleasant Sunday afternoon.
But you know, Reds, every time I see Silly Bowl, he reminds me of Vernon Philander.
Looking to drive past, push past the bowler. Well, I think the gentleman you refer to, who's now a commentator, had a little more muscle, a little more top body. Very muscular he was. He's slightly smaller. That doesn't say that he's not a talent. But overall, we have seen about 5 of these South Africans who will probably go on to play for the senior South African team.
Who are those in your 5, Reds?
Oh, made a note of it somewhere. I will certainly look at where can I find my note. The captain himself,
Ackerman.
Ackerman. I will think that Jordan Herman, Rivaldo Munsami, Mariki, Krishweli, Jason Smith, just to call a number of them, and we're going to see more of the talent because this is only the opening day of the first 4-day game. Maybe we can update the score from England as after this delivery. Sun now coming out for the real first time, I would think. It's turned out to be a very beautiful afternoon in St. Lucia. And that's into the pad of the inner edge. There's a half shout. What's the score from England?
So from England, after we've seen that beautiful delivery from Mareki, from England it's 241 for 5, Reds, in pursuit of 308.
And Root?
Root 128 not out. So 10 overs left.
He's like good wine. Gets better and better with age.
So 10 overs to get just about 67
Off the back
runs.
footer there is an appeal and caught behind. Give him given by umpire Basirat. Thin outside edge, push back. It hurried on to him. He seemed to be just surprised. And the West Indies now are in deep trouble. 110 for 4 with Athens caught into the wicket of the bowling of the man who has given them a great deal of trouble, movement away. So Moriki has picked up his first wicket. He's bowled very well without much luck.
Yes, he's bowled with some good energy and good discipline. He didn't enjoy the best of starts in his first spell, but you just see him hammering away at that length. Drew the false stroke from Afanes, and we were just mentioning how one international player was doing well, and the A team would have been hoping that their international, Alec Afanes, would have done well this afternoon, but it wasn't to be. The mistake was induced by the quality of bowling from Moreki, and Afanes has to depart.
He has 24 balls, 1 boundary, and Imlac, more pressure on him. He needs a partner at the other end.
Is that Ali Mohammed?
Yes, I felt that the scoreboard did indicate that he was probably much better as a batsman. Maybe we can just look at you got the sheet with he's got a good couple of good scores for Guyana. He's picked up, I think, about 11 wickets. New face, seems to be working quite hard. Maybe he's got to work on his fitness a little bit. But we can give you the scores of Ali Mohammed in the 4-day, just to encourage West Indies supporters. So
It's going to be Imlac on strike now. No, it's Ali Mohammed, yes. He's played some 13 first-class matches. He's had 17 innings. He's gotten 391 runs. He has a highest score of 77. Has made 2 half-centuries.
and maybe you can look at his bowling,
Yeah, so
because he's an all-rounder in the Guyana side.
13 first-class matches. Picked up 40 wickets. 7 list A games and picked up 3 wickets. So
Well,
just 26 years old, right?
yep. Just recently came into the Guyana side and has produced for them. Played some very important innings when they were in a little bit of trouble. Imlac and Anderson has been the ones to have been scoring well over 500 runs in the 4-day competition.
Yes, Reds, but you had asked to delve a bit deeper into his bowling in the recently concluded 4-day championship. He was number 5th on the charts where wicket taking was concerned. 7 matches, he had some 28 wickets. So he was right up there as a fast bowler.
Yes, yeah.
In
Certainly,
fact, he was the leading
More than-
fast bowler because all those above him were the spinners.
More than a decent performance. Well, he's up against it here. He's really got to put his head down. He's by nature very aggressive, but it'll take some time before the West Indies could turn to that kind of option. It's Imlac and Mohammed now to graft this out. They played together, and they've got a job cut out here. So South Africa, West Indies are reeling at 110 for 5, 110 for 5.
Yes, Reds, but no need to despair because, as you spoke about Ali Mohammed's batting in this year's 4-day tournament, he did have 9 innings and scored 263 runs at an average of 32.8. So that speaks to some batting ability there.
And he's got to show it today. Turned away, but straight to the square leg. Football, the schedule here, I can't remember the date. Barbados is playing St. Lucia at the Darren Sammy. We'll check the date to see if that game is scheduled after the last 4-day game, which starts on the 11th. And Lucia has got a pro league going into the second season this year.
See Yokushle Sele still hammering away at a good length for Reds, and Tevin Imlac looking quite solid ever since he's come out. Hasn't looked phased by the quality of the bowling.
Yeah, but and they say in a Barbadian poem, things are tight. Very much so. No free runs. Nothing short and over pitched to put away. Looking for a quick single, not there. Ball going straight towards mid-on. Imlac shaped quite promisingly with the bat. I think there was like one partnership in Pakistan that was worth a great deal to the West Indies. From all reports, from the commentators there, he kept very well. Good driving. And whoa, Mohammed was out of the blocks. Had to change direction and get back, and the ball went straight towards mid-off.
But Tevin Imlac did look like he wanted the run. Sent his partner back.
Well, the next selection will be the West Indies T20 squad that will be selected to play against England. There was a report from one of the Barbados media houses that Holder was on his way to England, but there's been no West Indies board press release, so that has not been confirmed.
We've been hearing that he's been having a good time of it in Pakistan.
Yes, he was one of the leading performers. Could have been considered for captaincy. Got the experience, well respected.
Of this test team, the test team.
Yep, but not considered. Maybe they're looking beyond Holder. There's a couple of young Matthew Ford, a young all-rounder.
Do you think they would have seen it as a backward step to return to the captaincy of Holder?
Well, it might have been a practical thing to do, if you are looking for a captain on a short-term basis. Let me confirm the over has come to an end, and at the end of the over, West Indies are really under pressure. 110 for 5. I mean, you've got someone in Chase who's been in the trenches. I mean, he's been playing for the West Indies. He suffered victories. He's celebrated victories. He's felt the defeat. But he hasn't played in Test cricket for 2 years.
Yes, but wouldn't that have been the same for Shea Hope, who hadn't been around the Test circuit for a long time, but from all indications, he was the number one pick of many individuals.
Now, all of a sudden, you've thrown a I wasn't making a case for Hope in the last couple of words I said. We were talking about Holder.
Yeah, but many persons around the region felt that he should have gotten the job.
That's off the back foot, well played.
That's a lovely shot.
And that will give him a lot of confidence, and his captain, 114 for 5.
It's real quality in that stroke there from Ali Mohammed. Did mention that he averages 32.8 in the regional 40.
Well, you'll have to forget his all-out aggression, which has worked well for Guyana. But when you're 114 for 5, you've got to buckle down and build a partnership. 2 slips, no gully, no forward short leg. South Africa has not been all that quick to attack during this tour. Shipping well. Yeah, well, I was talking about wicketkeepers from Guyana after Clifford Manquat. You had Ivor Mendonza, who played in '62 against India. Started well in Jamaica, kept well, had a nice 78, but didn't go to England in '63. Murray and Allen went, and after that, one Reds Murray, who might have been in contention in 1968, but Michael Finley was given the nod. I'm not going to understand that. Outside line of the off stump. Milton Paidana, who had about 80-odd first-class matches for Guyana, got a couple of ODIs, didn't quite get test cap. And there was a keeper out of Surrey in England, Lonzair Skinner. And you can go back in 1954, Arnold Gibbons, really talented. Played against the MCC, but I think he was focused more on studies. Quite a talent. And that's a typical Ali Mohammed showing maybe his inner feeling, I want to attack. He's looking to hit that hard, but off the inside edge. Ignatius Cadet out of St. Lucia. Might have missed an opportunity. Probably didn't get enough runs. One 4 for 5. It's quiet on the Sunday afternoon, June 1. And just moving into the shot, pushing. If you're not hearing Claudius Emanuel, he's not ill. He had a previous commitment made many, many weeks ago. We expect that he'll be joining us soon. Can these two bat until tea? That's a long way to go, but that's what the team needs. South Africa probing away. No pressure there on Ali Mohammed. Over is cold. The two umpires, as we mentioned to you before, the Barbadian Reefer, a family that has produced many cricketers for Barbados. The assistant coach, batting coach in England is, as you know, is Floyd Reefer. The Reefer family has made a contribution, and the other, Bassarat, father member of the West Indies board, but he has made his way on his own, just promoted by the ICC. We must say belated congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago boy with a square leg. Things are not easy for the batsman. This is good bowling. It's amazing how the first couple of overs, South Africa were all over the shop. And they went through a very difficult period with Louis batting with nice touches, and John Campbell wanting to attack. But they managed to settle down after, the ball starting to outswing. The wicket starting to fall at 79. The first wicket fell.
So some shifting fortunes after a big partnership of 79. And Imlac just discomfited by the bounce from Silly. A bit of a surprise delivery. Hasn't opted to shorten his length in this way in recent times.
Yeah.
Has kept the batters on the front foot, so something to keep our eyes on.
No, good delivery. It really had Imlac in a little bit of trouble. That had Ali Mohammed in a little bit of trouble, but there was no forward short leg. That would have dropped quietly into his hand.
We haven't seen one all morning.
That's clipped away, pitching up and clipping as he came forward. A lot of right hand into the shot. An important boundary for Ali Mohammed as he pushes up to 8. And the total inches slowly but surely up to 119 for 5. And Lucia's just had the Jazz Festival being completed. You went to any of the shows?
Jazz Festival, yes, I was there for Kingdom Night. It's a wonderful experience, for sure.
Interesting selection. I was making too much of movement. Why you chose Kingdom Night?
I'm a really big fan of the gospel music.
Gospel, yeah.
For sure.
You sing in the bathroom?
Just like everybody else, Reds.
Okay, I sing in the bathroom. I
Yeah.
sing a few Sparrow Calypsos.
Yes, yes, yes.
What that keeps coming into my mind, I'm in the bathroom, is 10 to 1 is murder.
Mm.
They say I pushed the girl from Grenada.
Some lyrics there, Reds.
Beg your pardon?
So you know your lyrics.
No, I'm a fan of Calypso. My neighbor, Gene Lawrence, brilliant. Guitar, quattro, recorded many CDs. Wow.
Ooh,
That is quite
quite the catch.
what a catch. You're looking for it to go into the boundary. And I think the captain, Pretorius, whose jobs come out from the IPL.
Kishile? Yes, Kishile looks like he... Yes. Took a fantastic catch.
It was hit very hard and low. He kept kneeling on the ground. So the partnership broken very quickly after lunch. 119 for 6. Driving, but not getting over it. And maybe the wrong approach by Ali Mohammed. He had to stay there. He had to restrain himself. And the West Indies are in deeper trouble. 119 for 6. With Imlac needing himself to try and push on when there's an opportunity. Imlac on 7. And well caught low down. Well caught low down.
Yes, Reds, but it just goes to show it doesn't matter how hard you hit the ball. As long as you hit that ball in the air, the quality of fielding these days, these men will pluck the ball out of the sky.
Well, a lot of more emphasis on fielding these days. A lot of special fielding drills and fielding practice. But brilliantly caught at cover. Like Rochelle off the bowling of Sile. So yet another wicket for him.
Kyrie Pierre at the wicket.
So bowling change. Driven nicely, stylishly down towards mid-off.
So Kyrie Pierre has joined the captain. Need to put together a reparation job. Kyrie Pierre more known for his bowling runs, where he topped the charts in the regional 40.
Yes.
Topped the bowling aggregate, yeah.
Intelligent cricketer, very useful, brilliant in the field. Going over that.
Has played international cricket as well. Has not featured in the test arena as yet. Hoping for an impactful performance in these games.
So we're down to Curry Pierre, Lane, Thomas, and Shields to come in that order. Loose. Runs away from us. Rearward delivery wide outside the line of the off stump. South Africa not including someone that I was looking forward to see in the longer format. But
Who's that? Is that Pongwana?
Pangwana, yeah, genuine all-rounder. Impressed us all. He's about 6'6", 6'7", very tall. One of the many names that we will hear about. Remember the name. No pressure there on the A-team captain. Imlac letting it go.
Yeah, Reds, but can I give you an update on the ODI?
No, but don't give me, give our viewers.
Well, 33 runs are needed from 47 balls. We scored 276 for 6. But Joe Root still fighting for England, 147. Will Jacks just dismissed for 49.
Testing the delivery, had a little bit of height. Kept it down well, just pushing forward. Today, of course, is the second day of the major track meet in the US, where all the finals will be held. It's being televised. International track star Johnson putting it together. That's over the shoulder. And just hopping on one leg, a little bit of a ballet dancer there, keeping the balance and getting out of the way. 119 for 6, 119 for 6. And his figures now, Lewis, 5 overs, no minutes, none for 17.
Yes, we had mentioned that Loose, he is deceptively pacey. That's how we have described him. Doesn't look the quickest, but has a quick whippy action. Generates a lot of pace from the shoulders. And nearly caught Mikhail Louis off guard a couple of times with some searing yorkers.
No spin yet for South Africa. They're operating with a combination of 4 bowlers. Roland Cox tells me that the off spinner has gone back to South Africa, or June. So they're without the off spinner who have test experience. And I don't believe that the left arm spinner is in the side. So it might be in the rotation of the 4 bowlers. But he must find a 5th bowler at some time.
Well, that is unless the 4 men do the job. And the way that Sailor is bowling, he's picked up some 4 wickets. Who knows if a 5th would be even needed today.
Pierre well forward. Pierre, a genuine all-rounder. It's got to be seen in that. And he's take some great catches for Trinidad and Tobago. But the competition, left arm spinning, is pretty stiff. You have Hussein waiting in the wing, maybe to go to England. Moti, who's having a difficult time with control and spin outside the off stump. Warrican, who will lead the second West Indies A squad in the final 4-day team. Guyana has had great service from all.
There's Ashmead Ned.
Promising player. Well bowled, well played.
Joshua Bishop as well, right?
Yes. So
Even in the breakout league, we saw the left arm spin of Anderson Mahiz for the Leeward's franchise.
about 4 or 5 players from the breakout that caught my eye.
Who those people, Reds?
No, I mentioned it during the well, top of my head. I don't have my notes. Mackenzie, the off spinner from Leewards,
Oh, Mackenzie the leggy.
leg picks Leewards, and we talked about Mahes. There's the Guyana spinner Latif,
And the leg
who
spinner.
picked up a couple of wickets. A lot of the players who did well were not new material, to be fair. Over is completed. 34 overs has been bowled. And the West Indies 119 for 6. Game, of course, will continue tomorrow and then go on until Wednesday. But the West Indies badly needed a partnership. They virtually need to try and get to tea and then think beyond that with only 6 wickets down. But a lot will depend on Imlac and Pierre. That was a flashing shot. Was too far away from the edge. And then the height it made it difficult, for a man who is not tall to get over it and hit it square. But he was drawn by the short ball. Deuce going back to his mark. Got good shoulders, like he's a general all-rounder.
Yes, Red, but since you had mentioned the breakout league, and you said that a lot of the material there was not new, what I found surprising was that a lot of the persons expected to have performed really didn't come to the party.
No. I mean, overall the scores were not great, but I don't want to sound too critical of the the idea to have the breakout league, but I think the jury is still out on the breakout league. We our delivery. So we'll see if the format will change. One of the things I'll give credit for, they requested that a leg spinner had to be included.
Yes, and some stipulations as to how the leg spinner would have been used. So I think once he bowled, he had to have bowled at least 3 overs in the innings.
Yeah.
So secondary to that, that basically assisted captains in terms of how to manage the leg spinners.
Attempted Yorker, dug out by Imlac, who goes for a little walkabout onto one of the practice pitches. Just trying to gather his thoughts, concentrate. Some people talk to themselves. Bobby Simpson, in a book I read when facing Wesley Hall, used to talk to himself. And G up, come on Bobby, get to 10. Come on Bobby, get to 20. Tucked away nicely, but not through mid-wicket, just wide of mid-on. Runs are hard to get. Runs are hard to buy.
Complete contrast to what we saw early on in the day's play.
Yep.
When John Campbell and Michael Louis was stroking the ball to the boundary with regularity.
I said, look, the West Indies would have been well set at lunch. But that was not the case. 104 for 4 of the 23.5 overs. South Africa's session. This is still South Africa's session. And that's outside the leg stump. A missed opportunity to turn that fine. Tried to get into this wicket, but it had gone down the leg side. So 120 for 6, 120 for 6. And happy to say that the sun on the high ground, this is really a beautiful, beautiful setting. The high ground around, it's like a bit of an amphitheater. And reminds us of the ground in South Africa, where the ground was even higher around the ground. Kingsmead.
Looks to be, is that Smith? Picked up John Campbell in his first spell. Jason Smith. Not the quickest. Bowls from a good height. Shown the ability to get the ball to move away from the right-handers.
Gave Louis a lot of trouble in about 2 overs back-to-back.
That's right. Backed up and supported by the captain, who has given him 2 slips and a gully.
Well, basically standard for South Africa. They started with 3 slips, but they've gone to 2 slips in the gully. Imlac seizing the opportunity with the line is outside leg stump.
As you mentioned, Red, we haven't seen any signs of spin. Yet no part-time or otherwise.
Well, Peter is not playing the leg spinner.
Now but Peter.
Fortune, we're told by Roland Cox, has gone back to South Africa, which is the experience of spinner. And the Swartz is not in the side. So where the spin will come from. But maybe the captain has got something out of his sleeve, Ackerman.
Just about to ask, Red, is it the case where one of the batters in the top 6 has the ability to bowl some part-time?
Well, that used to be, you know, I mean, for example, Ian Chappell bowled leg spin. We had a situation where Keith Stackpole bowled leg spin. There are a lot of top orders who come in and bowl a little bit of leg spin.
Yes, I'm seeing here when I look up Captain Ackerman, he has bowled in first class cricket. He does have 9 wickets from 71 matches. So,
Not frightening.
so he could be part of the package.
Pierre. He's leaving it alone.
Yes, and even Jordan Herman. Jordan Herman has played 26 first-class matches and has picked up 4 wickets. So these two can maybe offer something part-time.
Almost a wicket every 6 matches. 6 matches and a bit. But he needs to make the batsman play from the South African point of view. Pairs look quite solid. Pair 8. Imlac trying to get into double figures. Inside edge, trying to work in the seam. Got a nice action. There's a bit of the Greg Chappell in terms of bowling a little bit of medium pace. And that's the story, 121 for 6 of 36 overs. And tea will be welcomed by the West Indies A if they can still be there together. The latest score of England is what?
Let's update you on that. Seeing 294 for 7. 15 runs needed by England in 21 deliveries. Joe Root is still at the crease, Reds.
Who's
He's
batting
on
with Joe Root?
154 not out. Adil Rashid. They have Matthew Potts to come and Saqib Mahmood.
Well, the betting has got to be in England if Root is still there, but the West Indies have a chance. Get Root and win.
Certainly possible, but who's going to do it? Joe Root 154 not out.
Well, we'll wait and we'll follow. Loose balls. Head well over the ball. He's a stroke player by nature, but there's not a lot of loose bowling around. And if you're 2 or 3 down, you can be a little more positive. When you're 6 down, I think everyone is looking forward to the attack headed by Lane. O.J. Seals driving and missing outside and around the off stump.
It's on the bowling of Tristan Luce, inducing the fall stroke. Going for that Yorker, which he has bowled quite well throughout the innings. It's getting close to Reds. England need just 11 runs to go from 18 balls.
Who's bowling?
It's Justin Greaves. Alzari has completed his 10 overs. He's gone for, he's picked up 4 wickets.
Well, good bowl.
Yeah, 4 for 31.
Yes.
So Azari Joseph stepping up today, but one wonders, will it be enough? 11 runs, 3 overs to go.
What's the other bowling figures are like?
We have that for you.
After this delivery. Well, that's the wake up Imlac, short, climbing.
Alright, so Seals 9 overs, 1 for 49. Matthew Ford 8 overs, 1 for 70. Alzari 10, 4 for 32. Justin Greaves, none for 54.
Moti.
9. Moti 5 overs, none for 38. Rustin Chase 6 overs, 1 for 44.
The West Indies in St. Lucia, 6 for 121. Lifting the delivery, turned away, well handled. They look for the second, good running. You can see the body language from Imlac, realizing that it had gone quite slowly down past the square leg umpire. Every run very important, very precious. Claudius, Emmanuel. I think there's another Emmanuel here. Craig Emmanuel should be watching this game on behalf of the West Indies board. Don't know where he's sitting. There might be a few. Maybe Miles Bascom is here tucked away somewhere. More press release. We had the president and the CEO here. That's driving nicely, but straight towards cover. The sun comes out, and Imlac looking to get a little freer. Well, more from you. You'll give us the good news or the bad news, and then Claudius will bring the more information.
Well, the players are going off for a drink. And after 37 overs, the score 123 for 6. With the chief destroyer for the South Africa A team, Okushle Sele. And the batting card for the West Indies team, John Campbell, scored 33. Michael Louis, he got 57. Kevlon Anderson scored 3. Kavem Hodge didn't trouble the scorers. 0. Alec Afanez got 5. Tevin Imlac not out, scored 11, has faced 39 deliveries. Ali Mohammed got 8 and 2 boundaries in that 8. And Pierre has faced 12 deliveries and has yet to get off the mark. The scoring rate has certainly stalled ever since the departure of the 2 opening batters, John Campbell and Michael Louis. But speaking of departures, we have the entrance of Claudius Emmanuel. Claudius, welcome.
Good afternoon, JJ. Good day to all viewers, listeners, taking the broadcast. The streaming, West Indies A not doing well. 6 for 123, so a drinks break that no doubt, JJ, they will reflect on what started quite decently, but has gone a little downhill from since then.
Yes, and by and large, I think although 6 wickets have fallen, some of them were gifted. It's fair to say that after the start that John Campbell had, he had looked quite good, but then just fending at one, just fishing outside the line of the off stump and giving away his hand, and on the stroke of lunch, the one that really surprised Reds was Michael Louis just going for a drive, and this one wasn't really pitched up to him. Tried to force the issue and losing his wicket in the process.
Yes, that would have been hugely disappointing. Batting all the way and just been dismissed on the stroke of lunch after having gotten a half century. You would think a good platform for a current test player to really push through to get himself ready for the upcoming test series, but the shot selection failing him. The ground staff coming off with the pin and the blower, also a rod to measure the or to remark the creases. South African A will continue. In the one-day international, Joe has remained rooted right through the innings. 159 in England, just 4 runs away. In fact, England need 4 from 11 balls.
4 from 11, so someone needs to put up their hands for the West Indies as soon as possible.
West Indies 308 and England 305 for 7. Joe Root 160 from 137 deliveries. So he's the man that has really kept the innings together. And on reflection, JJ, when you look at the performance of Joe Root, it shows that had perhaps Casey Carty really stay on after the 100, West Indies would have gotten a lot more than the 308, which is proving to be inadequate. Pierre gets a new delivery, clipped away.
A sign of spin, Claudius.
Yes, a new over. Being started after the break. Pranelin Subrian coming in and clipping away to mid-on. He will get the single on this occasion. He's going to be tight. Throw coming in from mid-wicket. So first evidence of spin. So the South Africa A using the seamers all the way for the 37 overs we have had. This is the 38th. And slip and a gully. The off spin of Subrian outside the off stump. Imlac looking to hit that square and not making contact. So the solitary slip and the forward short leg, the two attacking fielders. Deep point just a few yards away. The backward point. Like the delivery driven into the offside extra cover fielder. Throws badly, eludes the keeper. Also Senokwan, who's looking to back up and will not be able to pull it away from the boundary. So a boundary being gifted there to Imlac. She gets 5 with the single. And, well, Roland is suggesting 6. They completed 2 run and it was, no, I think they took 1. It was, yeah, it was played by Imlac. So 5 to the total, 129 for 6. The left-handed Pierre will come into strike. The off-spinner will go round the wicket. Clipped away by Pierre, but finds the mid-wicket fielder and picking up, and there is no run. Bright sunshine. Subrian to Pierre. Pierre goes back, will get a single into the offside. And good response from Imlac to complete the first over of spin. 130 for 6. Pierre on 2, Imlac on 6. And Ackerman here turned into spin. And on the evidence of the first delivery, JJ, what say you? The first over, I should say.
Seems to have been a deliberate effort on the part of the off spinner to target the stumps when bowling to the left-handed batter, so we haven't seen much evidence of any turn on offer. But testament to the shackles being placed on the West Indies. They came in from lunch on 100 for 4. And between that time and the break, just about 20 runs.
In more than an hour's
25
play.
or so, yeah.
So yes, it's been quite slow going. Loose. Starting a new over to Pierre, and he allows it to go outside the line of the off stump. I think Reds was calling for it earlier. They've got 3 slips and a gully. Now in support of Loose in his 8th over. It's not for 20. So we have seen Sele taking a break. He has had good returns, 4 for 35. Moreke 1 for 41. Loose changes his approach. Will now come round the wicket to Pierre. It's a good delivery once a single, a little hesitation. The throw comes in, it eludes the stumps, more overthrows. It will be backed up by the man coming from long leg. Looks like Sele. And in the end, 2 taken. And the South Africa is throwing at the stumps, not all that accurate, gifting additional runs to West Indies, who wouldn't mind because it's been a struggle for them to get runs in the normal fashion.
Yes, but the South Africans willing to risk a couple of extra runs for the opportunity to break the stumps, to land the West Indies A team in further trouble.
Loose to Pierre outside the off stump, and the left-hander allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. Final result, game concluded, England getting across the line, winning by 3 wickets with 7 balls to spare. England 312 for 7. And interestingly, Joe Root ending up on 166 to back up his shirt number. Number 66. So Root carrying the England team across the line. Coming across the off stump is Pierre playing into the offside.
Certainly amazing how these things work out. And in recent times we have seen some big centuries, or as we call them, daddy hundreds. Remember Casey Carty got that 170 in recent times. Now Joe Root today with 166, showing the benefit of when a batsman invests that time at the crease and making it count.
Absolutely. In fact, he was the difference, you'd have to say, between the 2 teams today. Yorker. And dug out by Pierre. Loose homing in at the stumps of the left-hander. So England free 12 for 7. Joe Root's 166, 139 balls, 21 fours and 2 sixes. And he had support there right through. And as we said, Casey Carty been dismissed for 103, but you thought that the manner of his dismissal probably hurt the West Indies and shaved off maybe 50 to 100 runs off the West Indies total.
Certainly did.
And in fact, it's the second time we have seen that. In the first 100 in Ireland, you thought that Carty, having done the hard work of getting to the 100, was out rather softly thereafter, driving into the offside nicely. Is Pierre, but straight to the point fielder. And no run, the over completed. The 39th of the innings, West Indies A, 132 for 6.
Yes, and right after scoring that century, just ran down the wicket at the off spin of
just walk past the delivery.
Shehope had already deposited him for 6 over his head. So at that time you would think no need to to be greedy, as they say. But could it have been a brain fade? Could you have been tired after that century?
Perhaps a case, I think, of just maybe not being sufficiently hungry, because after having gotten 100, you need to make the opposition pay. And I think that's precisely what Joe Root has done today in the second innings. He knew the value of his innings and he just kept going on and on and on right to the end. Driving is Imlac as Prenelin Subrian continues. So Imlac remains on 16. Ackerman just pushing the mid off to his left. Subrian to Imlac turns it and past the short leg, but the backwards square leg fielder is in pursuit and picking up, in fact. So mid off, extra cover, deep point. Subrian to Imlac, straight to delivery, and again the South Africa firing away at the stumps as Imlac completed a single. This time there's backing up, so no extra. Imlac gets his 17th run and takes the total to 133 for 6. The left-handed carry Pierre will come into strike. He's on 4. And Subrian will go round the wicket to him. Pierre goes back and plays back to the bowler. So England in the ODI series taking an unassillable 2-0 lead because it's a 3-match series. So off the back foot goes Pierre, punches that out towards the point boundary and into it now for 4. So short and wide and put away by Pierre for his first boundary, doubling his score, taking the total to 137 for 6.
Gary Pierre had been quite resolute in defense. Looked quite secure, but finally got the opportunity to express himself on a short and wide one from the off spinner. And he played that with some disdain, picking up a boundary. Does have good batting ability, Gary Pierre.
Subrian to Pierre. Pierre gets one that is angled into the stumps, plays away in defense to complete the over. 137 for 6, West Indies E.
Yes, so the spinner being deposited to the boundary, and one thing that the spinner, Subrian and Ackerman would not want is for the release of pressure. The fast bowling department had done quite well this morning, picking up wickets and keeping things quite tight. So you just wonder if the West Indians would see the presence of the spinner as an opportunity to return some pressure.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We have made the point about how slowly they've gone since lunch. And but in fact, with the introduction of the off spin, we have seen a little more positivity from these two. And we'll monitor that as loose balls edged and dropping short, not being taken, in fact, by first slip. They will take the run. Imlac getting alive. Edged, and we'll look at it on the replay. I think it was low down edge, and well, that seemed to have carried.
Certainly.
What did you make of that, Gigi?
I certainly feel that that one carried, and just as we saw on the replay, his hands were still on his knees at this point, and certainly not the way to go about it according to the coaching manual. You should be low and ready for the catch.
Well, it's interesting. I think Ian Botham might have a different view on that. The two hands would be on the knees, and he was a pretty good slipper.
Yes, but at the point when that ball was edged, Claudius, the hands were still on the knees. You usually have those hands in resting position But once that ball is delivered, you open out the hands and you crouch low and you get ready for the catch.
Loose to Pierre, back of a length delivery, and played away into the point position, no run.
Yes, but many fielders adopt that bow from style, just have the hands on the knees. It didn't seem quite alive to the opportunity there.
Yeah, I think got both hands and may have actually gone too far with the hands. Appeared to me that it hit high up on the hand, so didn't give him the opportunity to wrap the hands around it, the palms around it. Short, good delivery, and keeper Munsami taking that. Well, that was one to keep Pierre eyes wide open and to be concentrating. He nods his approval to lose a good delivery and just dropping the hands at the last moment.
A really good one at this time of the afternoon. Still get another one to climb on Pierre. Tristan Lewis has been impressive. Thoroughly deserved that wicket, but wasn't to be after inducing that edge.
Loose to Pierre. Pierre turns it nicely straight to long leg and will get the run. 139 for 6. Pierre going to 9 as the over comes to an end.
But surely, Claudius, after delivery like that.
Correction, over still in progress. Changing over for the right-hander.
Yes, after delivery like that, where you got that ball to climb up and rearing up near the nose of the batter, you don't follow it up with something on the body line so you can just tickle down to the fine leg. But nonetheless, Tristan Lewis has been putting in some good work all day. Support some good deliveries.
Imlac in strike. Full toss clipped away through mid-wicket. Couple of runs there at least as the fielder is gonna pick it up and they have enough time to take a third Morike. So 3 here for Imlac, taking him to 21, 142 for 6.
Imlac has gone about it quite well, has been quite patient, waiting for deliveries in his zone so that he can attack. He has been quite responsible, captain of the team for this match.
Loose to Pierre. Pierre this time is ducking. And Loose just extending the follow through somewhat and maybe giving Pierre the stare. End of the over. An aggressive one from Loose to Pierre. 142 for 6 West Indies E.
Took his eyes off that one. Not the way that players are generally advised to go about dealing with it, but it's good to see that the intimidation factor in red ball cricket is still alive and well.
Yes, and talking about good to see, just one final note maybe from the one-day international. The bowling of Azari Joseph I thought was significant. Yes. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 31. Think that looks to me to be a career best for Azari Joseph. In terms of the wickets column, in terms of the economy as well. And I think of late we have seen much improved performance from Azari Joseph as Imlac plays the first delivery of a new over up onto the mid-on position. And there's no run. So the slip and the forward short leg. So Brian bowls to him. Imlac will get the single as he pushes it into the offside. And they take the single. 143 for 6. Pierre will come in to strike. Pierre, a highest score of 106 at this level. So he's no mug with the bat. Forward he goes and plays into the offside. There's no run. He also has another half century, average of 21.57. He has played 34 matches at this level. This is his 35th. He comes forward and plays up back to Sobrian. Comes in again to Pierre. Pierre turns it down to long leg, deep backwards square leg. Will come around but will not prevent two as his low return comes in. So Pierre getting to 13, 11. He's into double figures, 145 for 6. So hemmed in by the slip on the short leg, plays forward as the ball goes back to the bowler. The over coming to an end. The 42nd of the innings, 145 for 6, West Indies.
Yes, Claudius, I was very interested to see how Carrie Pierre would have gone about it facing the spinner in this over, because typically what tends to happen is that after the lower order batters are walked over by some pace, they tend to try to exact some revenge on the spinners. They tend to be extra aggressive of the slow bowling. But Carrie Pierre is showing that he's quite competent with bat in hand. Not falling for that.
Indeed, and showing that he can handle himself, and from the West Indies A point of view, critical that he extends this partnership with his captain. It's worth 26 for the 7th wicket, and they need to continue to extend the resistance. Bowling change being introduced.
Jason Smith
being brought back. 6 overs, 1 for 23 as he sends Imlac back, playing away into the offside. So 145 for 6. So Smith, the wicket of John Campbell, caught Moon Sammy for 33. The rest of the bowling figures: Shepo Morike, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 41. Okushle Sele, also 12 overs. Back goes Imlac, and inside edge into the thigh pad. So Okushle Sele, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 35. Loose, 9 overs, 1 maiden, not for 27. Prenelin Subrian, 3 overs, no maidens, not for 15. So Jason Smith being brought back. Nice breeze blowing off the back foot and not playing, but the ball coming back into the right-hander and putting him in a little difficulty. Yeah, bounce. I think Imlac was looking to allow that to go, but the inward movement, getting it into the body. So Smith is getting that lateral movement on a surface that has grass, live grass growing through. And the South Africa A bowlers, no doubt, enjoying those conditions. The bounce is there, and there's lateral movement if you are going to put the effort and hit the seam as regularly as possible. Leg slip in place, but maybe a little too wide of off stump. on this occasion, and Imlac is riding it and playing it into the offside. Interesting ploy there by the South Africa 8 to look to have the leg slip in place. So we have a slip in a wide first slip and another man in about a third, fourth slip position, and the leg slip loose to Imlac. Full delivery, looking to induce a big drive, didn't quite time it, and Ackerman picking up at mid-off. So the South Africans looking to bowl some stuff into the ribs of the West Indies A captain. Outside the off stump and going through, a maiden is recorded, 145 for 6.
It's good discipline by the bowler. Imlac showing some good patience as well. But just to remind you, the score 145 for 6. Sealy 4 wickets for 35 runs. Mareki 1 for 41. Tristan Luce not yet been rewarded by way of wickets just as yet. The spin of Sir Brian, 3 overs, 1 for 15, no wickets as yet. Good discipline effort, but the partnership here slowly building. Reparation job in progress. Pierre holding on strong, 11 from 33.
Subrian continues to Pierre, who pushes forward. There's a big appeal. Not sure why. Subrian, not for 15, this is his 4th over. So Pierre battling away. Partnership is worth 26. The backward square on the boundary, maybe just moving a little to his right. To Brian to Pierre. Pierre inside edge, but away from the short leg. And Pierre walking away, concentrating. Knows the value of this partnership. He needs to give support to his captain. Subrian round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre with a big sweep. Hits it nicely. Through square leg for 4. The short leg fielder turned away, taking evasive action with the big swing of the bat. As Pierre maybe sweeping that from outside the off stump, getting good bat on it and hitting it along the ground into the boundary. He goes to 15, 149 for 6.
Good technique shown by Pierre. The perfect shot to counteract good spin bowling. As you said, Claudia's partnership moves on to 30. Would have grown up on Trinidadian tracks. The ball tends to spin a lot.
Down the track on this occasion, once the single sent back. In fact, he was the one sending back Imlac, who was looking for the single.
Using his feet there.
Yes, Pierre looking to be enterprising here. Slog sweep, then coming down at the off spinner, who comes in again to Pierre. Pierre gets a flatter, faster delivery, turns it away to backward square leg. There's enough on it to allow him to come back to 2. Enough by way of the absence of pace. 150 coming up. 151 for 6. Pierre and Imlac running nicely there. Taking 2, 150 coming up into 65 deliveries. 196 minutes, 24s. No 6s as yet in the West Indies A innings. Subrian to Pierre. Pierre sweeping. This time we'll find the fielder. Straight to him, so be just a single. As Jason Smith doing the fielding, and the over coming to an end. the 44th over of the innings. West Indies A, 6 for 152.
The off spinner has bowled 4 overs, has gone for 21 and has yet to extract any purchase from the surface. No turn on offer for him, making it a little bit easier for Pierre to unfurl those sweeps. So the partnership moving along quite nicely, just what is needed from the West Indies A perspective. South Africa A team would have enjoyed the better of conditions, having won the toss and inserted the West Indies A batsmen going in for lunch at 100 for 4. Would have been quite happy with the efforts. 152 for 6. Still be pleased.
Smith continues round the wicket, and good delivery to Pierre. Having to play that hurriedly, a little extra bounce evident there. So Jason Smith continuing to come in here for the South Africans. He's played 89 matches at this level, 106 wickets, best of 6 for 49, averaging 27.05. So a man with a lot of experience. Round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre drives nicely, finds the gap, out towards extra cover, and will get into the boundary now. Quite a delightful stroke here from Pierre, getting the width and driving that nicely, finding the gap, finding the middle, finding the gap, finding the boundary.
And this is a lesson in precision and timing, because to thread that gap very small there, and many top of the batters would be pleased to see a shot like that from Gary Pierre. And if there's any shot that speaks to batting ability, it's that one.
Yes. Looked quite a nice picture. Just maybe if you want to be a little hard as a marker, you would say maybe the right leg was not close enough. Clipped away to the vacant long leg position and will get another boundary. A little surprising that there was no fielder there. So Jason Smith had no reason to be that straight, and Gary Pierre's capitalized successive boundaries to him, taking him to 26, 164.6.
Claudius, as a former bowler yourself, you know it well. Being stroked through the covers, you don't want to get that wide again, so you make that overcorrection or overcompensation, and now you come too straight. So that shot from Gary Pierre must have thrown off the plans a bit.
Smith to Pierre. Pierre gets one that is a lot more on target, and he can only defend up to the onside. So Pierre going along nicely. In fact, he has overtaken Imlac. 26 years, partnership pushing along to 41.
Smith bowling to a 7-2 field, Claudius, and that requires an immense amount of discipline.
Absolutely. Smith to Pierre. Pierre allows it to go. It's outside the off stump. Taking a good look at it and allowing it to go into the gloves of Munsami. So 160 for 6. West Indies A, they would have been sent in, and we often say that the conditions are good here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for bowling, but it's also good for batting. So if you apply yourself, you can get stuck in as well. Driving nicely, but straight to the short extra cover. And Pierre demonstrating good value that you get when you receive here at Darren Sami Cricket Ground. End of the over, 160 for 6 is 26, Imlac is 22.
Good batting from
So the home series, full of energy. West Indies women versus South Africa and Barbados. West Indies versus Australia. West Indies versus Pakistan, Florida and Trinidad. And Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts hosting the Australians.
So it has been good batting from Pierre, but Claudius, from a tactical point of view, if you were in that West Indies A dugout, would you advise the batters to really take on the spinners? Because it just seems to me like the fast bowlers are tiring. That last over from the pacer, he didn't look himself. He didn't look how he appeared in the earlier session.
Well, it's a 4-day game, so it's about consistency over the full distance. It's not about winning 1 or 2 sessions. You need to win multiple sessions. Start of a new over from Pranalin Subrian, and playing up on the onside is Kevin Imlac, no run. This time he's driving out into the offside. Couple of runs at least as it goes within a few yards of the boundary, sliding away. And they are happy with 2. A couple that takes Imlac to 24, 162 for 6.
Looking quite graceful when playing through the offside, Kevin Imlac.
Subrian to Imlac, who's back and playing defensively. Nice breeze blowing from east to west. Imlac goes back, finds short mid-wicket, can't score. So cloudy conditions, but the breeze blowing nicely. In fact, my weather app says that it's going to be breezy for most of the day. Forward goes Imlac, and the total remains 162 for 6. Subrian again to Imlac, who gets a fuller delivery and plays it back to the bowler to complete the over, the 46 of the innings. It stays 162 for 6, so 57 to Mikhail Louis, 33 Campbell, 26 Pierre, 4 for 35 Kushili, Moreko 1 for 41, and Smith 1 for 31.
Yes, so the West Indies A inching themselves back into this contest. The pendulum certainly swinging in this game, being 79 without loss and 79 for 1 when they lost. Campbell 91 for 2, 99 for 3, 100 for 4 on the stroke of lunch, and a good partnership in progress. Pierre displayed some elegant strokes, proving what Red said to be true, that genuine all-rounder.
Driving for 4, square on the offside. So Pierre taking a liking to the offerings of Jason Smith. Despite 7 men in the offside, he's able to thread those drives to the boundary. He goes to 30, 166 for 6.
Yes, did so with some surgical precision there. Not the easiest thing to get that ball to the boundary when you have 7 men posted on one side of the field, but such was the class and elegance and the timing from Pierre. Takes his total up to 30 from just 46.
2 slips and a gully. Smith to Pierre. Pierre tempted again on this occasion. but allowing it to go into the keeper.
So the plan quite clear from South Africans and from Jason Smith. 2 slips, a gully away. They like the idea of Pierre on that front foot and driving, but he's been equal to the task thus far. Has profited from those full deliveries.
Smith again round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre playing a miss outside the off stump. Good one. Pierre naughtily just hiding the bat between the legs, but genuinely bitten. So Smith there is in his 9th over. Played, I think, a couple of the ODIs, but we didn't see him bowl at all. But he is being used there, has already had success. In fact, accounting for the loss of John Campbell. Smith again to Pierre. Outside the off stump, inside edge, down towards long leg. They will think of the second and get it. As one of the slippers picking up just inside the long leg boundary. So 2 more to Pierre. He goes to 32. 168 for 6. Smith there. Maybe appeared to have been maybe a pace-off type of delivery. Looking to attempt a big drive from Pierre to engage one of those 7 men on the offside.
Yes, but Pierre getting the inside edge, that one possibly had some inward movement on it. Possibly that is why it ended up on the leg side.
Smith to Pierre. Pierre gets one coming in, plays defensively into the offside. One of those fielders picking up but short extra cover. So let's give you that offside field. 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, short extra cover, and mid-off. Just the 2 men on the onside. Forward square, or let's say mid-wicket and mid-on. Smith to Pierre. Pierre lets it go, but with the angle it was coming at the off stump. But I think Pierre, in the end, he proved correct. His judgment saying it was wide of off stump enough to allow it to go. He does so successfully. The over coming to an end. 32 his. Imlac is 24. West Indies A 6 for 168 after 47 overs.
Yes, Claudius, one of the famous sayings in this great game is that there are only 2 types of leaves, a good one and a bad one. So, good judgment from Pierre, but Jason Smith, he might not be in the mold of your typical South African fast bowler like a Dale Steyn or let's say, what a greats. You have Pretorius, you have Monty Mockel. He's not built that way, but looking at his first class record, he does have
Alan Donald.
Yes, Alan Donald. He does have 106 first class wickets. So, as mentioned, this is a man who knows what he's about, knows how to get wickets.
Prenelin Subrian continues with his off spin to Imlac, who clips it away to the long on fielder for his 25th run. The total going to 169. Talking about South African seamers of quality over the years. So Alan Donald, you mentioned one earlier.
Dale Steyn.
Vernon Philander,
That's
Dale
right.
Steyn, Monty Mockel, Sean Pollock, of course, and playing up into the offside is Pierre.
Even Jack Callis with over 300 test wickets.
Jack Callis indeed. Subrian to Pierre. Pierre off the back foot edges past the slip and then down to the third man boundary for 4. So the luck going there with Pierre, flashing at it outside the off stump. The back foot, it went airborne to the left of Ackerman. Sending the left arm at it, but maybe not getting any touch. And away for 4 to Pierre, going to 36, 173 for 6. A close one there for Pierre.
Certainly, but when you flash hard, and it would have taken something spectacular to have caught that one.
Subrian to him. This one into middle and leg, played away into the mid-wicket position, away from the short leg. Who is on the edge of the next strip alongside the plain one, clipped away by Pierre for a couple to the backwards square leg region, and they take 2. Looks like we have a substitute on the field, number 48, doing the fielding, and the total going to 175 for 6. Subrian to Pierre. It's outside the off stump. Pierre lets it go. And shouts of anguish from Subrian and keeper Munsami. How close was that to the off stump? A little obscured there by Munsami. But that seemed to have come in with the arm, and from their reaction, perilously close to the off stump, JJ.
Yes, and again, 2 types of leaves. Here's a good one, and a bad one. It's a good judgment by Kyrie Pierre, but surely he must remember that the spinner has not extracted any turn from the surface all day. So when the ball is that close, it's pretty dicey to leave it. But you must commend him on his judgment thus far.
7th wicket partnership doing well now with 56. As South Africa A will employ a bowling change. Number 24, Shepo Moriki, being brought back. 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. Correction, 5 maidens. Edge in the vacant position there between 2nd and 3rd slip, and away to the boundary for 4. So Imlac getting a boundary and going to 29, 179 for 6, finding the edge with the first ball of a new spell.
You just have to wonder why these things happen sometimes, because when Smith was on, you had a pack cordon for Kyrie Pierre, but you bring back your strike bowler and then he has gaps in the cordon.
Moriki to Imlac, cut away out towards the point boundary, and we'll get into it now, as that was short, and Imlac quickly onto it, cutting it away along the ground, going to 33, 183 for 6, and Moriki has come back, and 2 boundaries to greet him in the new spell.
And how often have we seen that? After a missed opportunity comes a boundary.
That very curious field positioning in the cordon. 2 slips, then a gap, and Senokwan at a 4th slip position, but there's a gap between himself and the 2nd slip. Moriki to Imlac, who is across his stumps and plays into the mid-wicket position. No run, so those 3 slips. Then there's backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and deep backward square. So Moriki brought in for his 13th over. Partnership 64, doing quite well for the 7th. Moreke to Imlac. Walks across and then shoulders arms as the ball goes to Munsami. West Indies A scoring at 3.76.
Yes, Moreki. He's had quite a match. Didn't have the best of starts. Came back for an excellent second spell. Reintroduced for a third. Very first delivery, inducing the mistake, inducing the edge. And the field, I guess, wasn't set quite right.
Moreke to Imlac. Forward. Nice stride in. A bit of a walk as well. Just making sure that he's right in behind it.
I guess, Claudius, when you have 3 men in the court, and you tend to hedge your bets as to where you believe the ball will end up. And thankfully, from Imlac's point of view, the South Africans would have gotten that guess wrong.
Imlac plugging away. It's 33. Moreke to him, drives loosely outside the off stump and almost berating himself for playing at that. Luckily for him, no touch. The over coming to an end. 186 for 6 is 33. Pierre is 38. The partnership was 64 for the 7th wicket.
Yes, you just saw that tilt back of the head and a crying anguish from Tevin Imlac. Possibly just that muscle memory whenever that ball is pitched up that far, it's instinctive of a batter to go after it. And again, thankfully, from his point of view, he did not get the edge on that occasion.
Subrian to Pierre. Pierre with a good stride coming forward in defense. And keeping out the off spinner into his 7th over, not for 31. Round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre is driving on the bounce back to the bowler.
So just looking at the spinner on the monitor, you can just see he's making some subtle variations in the way that he uses the crease.
Comes into Pierre, who lets it go. Big appeal. And, well, Munsami and Ackerman, but mostly Munsami. Very big appeal, extended appeal. As we look at the monitor, clipping the pad, appeal for LBW, I reckon.
Yes.
But that's hit outside the line.
Yes, it didn't look to be going on to hit the stumps. But some good bowling from Munsami from Sir Brian, because he's making use of the crease. Again, you see stepping out quite wide, angling that one in. At the time, he's coming in straight, so just keeping the batter guessing as to what's coming. He knows that turn is not his best friend on this surface, so he has to resort to some other skill sets.
Last one with a bit of flight on it. This one also flighted. Forward comes Pierre. Playing the short extra cover. Senokwan is there. And there's no round. So Brian again to Pierre. Pierre is in defense. Tall man. Big stride in. Keeping out the off spinner as the over comes to an end. The 50th of the innings. West Indies A 6 for 183. And that was a maiden, Roland. Maiden over from the off spinner. Keeping Pierre quiet.
Yes, and it was an impressive over. The way that he utilized the crease, mixed up his pace, and even his release points. You even saw that there were some deliveries that he held back and bowled from closer to the umpire. So when turn is not your friend on a particular surface, you need to employ different tactics, different little subtle tricks to try to pick up a wicket. But Gary Pierre, spinner, a top quality spinner, the leading wicket taker in the first class season, would certainly have a few ideas about those tricks and has kept out the spinner quite well.
Moreke starts a new over and beats Tevin Imlac outside the off stump. 183 for 6. I think we are a couple of minutes away from the tea interval on day 1. This is a 4-day encounter, unofficial test match between these two teams, West Indies A and South Africa A. They have had a long history of engagements. Of course, the A-team program, very important for the development of sides at international level. Coming across the off stump is Imlac, will get one. They'll take the second. As just coming across the stumps and playing into the Squeleg region. The man from mid-wicket coming around to pick up, but can't prevent 2. Imlac going to 35, 185 for 6. So we have had almost 2 hours of play and 85 runs we have had so far. At lunch it was 100 for 4.
Yes, sir.
So these two, they have put on 66. So as we said earlier, the first hour was after lunch was pretty slow going. But this partnership 66. First one, the best, 79 between Campbell and Louis outside the off stump, Morike, and Tevin Imlac allows it to go. So I think Imlac would be happy for the support that he has gotten from Pierre so far, 66, but would want that to continue well past 3 figures.
Yes, and they would need for that to happen in an effort to put a more respectable total on the board, one that they would feel will challenge the batting of the South Africa A team, a batting unit which has performed considerably well on this tour thus far on the surface at the Darren Sammy.
Perhaps final over to T. Morike, short, bouncing outside the off stump, and Imlac takes a good look, tempted somewhat, but then deciding not to play. Wants to go into T and then come back and bat for the rest of the afternoon, because he knows that 185 for 6 is not quite the type of total that you'd want to have as your foundation in a 4 innings setting. I think Imlac would want 300 plus, maybe 400, maybe even 500. Morike to him into the chest region, a short delivery is coming across the off stump, looking to turn it, but it ends up on the offside. And Morike, as usual, very busy, full of energy, and always at you, making it difficult for Imlac.
You know, I was just thinking, Claudius, this guy looks supremely fit, Morike. And even after he bowls, he's just walking briskly back to his mark, and he wants to have another piece of the batter again.
Well, in fact, as we say that, there's one South African of repute that we missed. As just your description there of Morike, who bowls a dot ball to complete the over, and the second session of day 1. So it's T 185 for 6, with Morike completing the over. So he has bowled the 14 and has picked up 1 for 51. So a good latter half of the partnership or the session for West Indies A. Overall though, South Africa A, you'd have to say, in the ascendancy, as they have taken 6 wickets, 185 for 6. Your assessment, JJ, on what we have seen so far? We have had 51 overs in the innings.
For me, you must commend this reparation job between Imlac and Pierre. Tevin Imlac batting with the responsibility that befits the leader of the team, has gotten away with some chances, but nonetheless, you must admire the way that he has approached this innings. And Pierre as well, he has been spectacular, especially when driving the ball for the offside. Has pulled out the drive, has pulled out the cut shot, has shown us the sweep. So wide array of stroke play from Pierre, showing that he's equal to the task as a batter.
Indeed. So, a T on day 1 in this 4-day encounter. West Indies A being sent in 185 for 6 from 51 overs. We'll take a break and ask you to join us back in about 15 minutes' time. Bye-bye for now.
And welcome back to the Darren Sammy as play is about to resume at T. 185 for 6, a partnership of 6 with Pierre on 38 and Imlac on 35 and Sealer's figures 12 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 35. Gentleman next to me is sporting a green shirt. His wife does buy very nice clothes for him. I suppose you will say you bought it yourself.
Yes, in fact, I was about to say that sometimes we do, not everything is bought by the wife, Ritzy.
Can I see the bill? Well, my wife, Sandra, does most of my shopping. So, the battle will continue. West Indies trying to go to close. Pierre, who has played very well, very responsible. I will think the Trinidad selectors will have to bat him at about 5 or 4.
Yes,
Next year.
Yes, look good. 38.
Yeah. Played very responsible. So Brian, there are 2 names in this South African team. So Brian Munsami, very Caribbean. Of course, many of Caribbean people came from Africa. Let's remember that. Done the research where the Emmanuels came from. Sierra Leone. Tell me something.
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
But I think I heard that St. Lucians might have come. I can't quite remember the African country, but I think somebody dated us or pinpointed our origins in Africa.
Cricket delivery. I think you probably will get an email from somebody very soon to update you. So Sir Brian bowling an off spin. We wonder where the spin will come from. Playing well forward. He holds his head as if he thought he had gone through the defense of Imlac. But these two have batted very responsibly.
Yes, they have. They have put a partnership of 67 for the 7th.
They couldn't take too many chances and be too attacking. Forcing him back. But Imlac's a good player of spin. Of course, you grew up in Guyana, you grew up in Trinidad and Tobago, you are going to play spin. Barbados, you have a tradition for being good against fast bowling if you come through the ranks. So a little conference between the two, not a lot of batting to come. So these two got to stay there as long as possible.
Yeah, Lane, Thomas, and Shields to come.
Yes.
And this partnership needs to go on and on for West Indies A-Reds.
Maybe you can look at Roland Cox's figures and just check Lane to see if he's got one score. It will give our viewers some hope.
In fact, we'll do more. We'll look at all 3, Lane, Thomas, and Shields in terms of batting.
Don't look too carefully. That's outside the leg stump and turned away. More runs here for the West Indies. Outside the leg stump. He's played that shot before. Outside the leg stump, quickly flicked away very nicely. As he now moves into the 40s. He's 43. He's got a bat number 4 for Trinidad. Janko might have to bat a little lower.
Yes, Pierre showing a good range of strokes and continuing to demonstrate that he's no mug with the bat and great support for Imlac.
Partnership climbing, 71. They'd like to add another 100 to that by close of play. So Carrie Pierre, a man for all seasons. Part St. Lucian, I suppose he might claim. Plays for the Kings. He knows the conditions here very well. He probably have lots of friends. Now, there seemed to be a little bit of a bother to
Silly.
seem to have a muscle injury.
Silly.
Ricky?
It's actually
Huh?
Saley, Reds. Yeah, number 9. Yeah, Okushle Saley.
Yeah.
It's like the left hamstring
All of a sudden,
being stretched.
I mean, just after tea, there isn't a lot of activity. But luckily, the physio was just by the flags, so he didn't have to come running all the way from the far end.
Yes, and now providing some assistance to Saley, stretching that left hamstring.
I'll tell a little story related to me quite recently. We're celebrating the 50 years of West Indies cricket. So I got a call from the CEO, and he was saying, you know, that partnership between Roberts and Murray nearly got me a cut tail. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I left school, I was listening to Transistor. I said, I allowed the first bus to pass. So he allowed the first bus to pass. He keeps listening. He allowed the second bus to pass. Well, there's a strict rule at home. When school is finished, come home.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, he waited until the Roberts hit the final run. And he got home scared that the old man would have given him a bollocking. So as soon as he came through, the father grabbed him and said, we won.
Father was glued to the action as well.
Father forgot. He was running late.
Yes,
No, but,
yes.
you know, I mean, I was there that day as Boston. I mean, Claudius, the tension was amazing. I mean, nobody was sitting down, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm told that bus stop, business close. If cabinet was meeting, cabinet stopped. Parliament took a break.
Mm. Yeah, well, Reds, I was a little too young to remember it personally, but these moments, they tend to be defining moments that remain etched in the memory. I remember what happened when Brian Lara was approaching the 365
In Antigua.
in Antigua. I was in a class at Caville campus in Barbados, and the lecture stopped to allow Brian Lara the opportunity to get the runs.
And
Amazing.
overnight he was 300.
Yes.
I was staying at Hawksbill. I got a bottle of champagne. I went into the dressing room with permission of the man. I said, Brian, that's for the 300. Anything else is on you. So,
going off,
yeah,
more Saley going off,
that's a bit of a setback.
and Moreke is going to complete the over. He had bowled one delivery, Coxie.
Yeah. Seemed to be the left leg. They will want to bring him back, maybe work overnight and see if they can get him 100%.
So Brent Martin, the physio for South Africa A, providing assistance to Saley.
So Pierre in strike after the hold up. Plays solidly forward. So, what's the story? Is hoping that he will come back from the South African A point of view. Pierre is 43, Imlac is 35, and the partnership now has reached 71. England winning by 3 wickets, where there was 7 balls to go. So the West Indies are 2 down. Looking to turn it away, took the leading edge. Goes out in the onside. So Murray 14.2 overs, 151 has been on a little expensive side.
Yes, he's come back. Of course, an enforced comeback for him, but significant that the man who has picked up the 4 wickets he has come off with the injury, Sele.
Yeah, a bit of a setback. Again, looking to work it through the onside. Again, the leading edge this time goes out in the offside. You had told me a story about another situation where you were under a desk listening to the cricket. Your headmaster is listening, so be careful.
Yes, Red. I grew up, of course, during the days of Red Spur and Tony Cozier on international cricket. You had the transistor always with you. I had mine in class.
We'll come back to that after this delivery. Stay in suspense. He was a naughty boy. Outside the off stump. Back to you.
Yes, I had it in class, and I would be ducking under the desk to get a couple deliveries and poking my head up to follow the class, and just to ensure that I didn't miss all the exciting stuff that was being relayed.
Or the headmaster didn't miss you.
And that was particularly in the 80s. I remember the 1983 tour of India to the West Indies.
So,
I was in secondary school at the time.
2 slips in the gully to the left-hander. Gets solidly forward. And the over is in fact called. And the end of the over, 190 for 6. 190 for 6. I went to Trinidad just to gain experience. And Wesley Hall came out to join Sobers. And they managed to bat towards, it was a draw where England were really on top, but Hall stayed. At the end of the presentation, Hall was interviewed. He said, well, I was quite, solid. I was just worried about the guy on the other end. I think him and Sobers were friends.
Okay. As we look, Reds, we see Sele walking off with the physio.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have much of a limp.
A little left foot being carried. So Brian, cut away, runs here, they take one, they come back for the second. Naturally a stroke player, but in the circumstances, and then come back for the second. The ball rushed away very quickly. Normally, Imlac is a bit of a stroke player, but the circumstances have forced him to be resolute.
Yes, he's done quite well. In fact, Pierre has outscored him, but we understand.
Pierre sweeps confidently. I think the body language is starting to show that they seem to be in. But it just takes one ball to get you out.
Partnership of 73. So underlining the value of the stay together.
There's now a silly point to Imlac. Turns it a bit of a mix-up. They thought of going through. Change. Pierre was down the track, backing up. The return came in. The stumps wasn't broken, but Pierre was home. As we look on the replay, turn away. Shall we? Shall we not?
Yes, no, go back. Will not go. difficult take for the bowler. Pierre 44, Imlac 36, stays on 36 as he plays defensively. Again looking for the sharp single, but no room. It went straight almost to the man at the short mid wicket. 6 for 192. South Africa sent them into bat. A sweep shot which will bring a boundary. Badly lined and swept away very nicely. Quickly to punks on that. But they haven't had much loose stuff to really punks on. So that takes them into the Imlac goes now to 44
to Pierre, and the partnership continues to pick up important runs.
At the length there, full delivery just outside the leg stump and sweeping it away nicely along the ground and into the vacant backwards critic position for 4. So 196 for 6. So we've had 54 overs. Partnership pushing along nicely to 77. And well, Pierre continuing to provide really good support
Yes.
for Imlac.
Not just staying with Imlac, but being positive. He's on 44, the left-hander. And goat mouth. You and me.
Well, no bowled inside edge. Or maybe hitting it on the full. Let's look at it on the replay. Well, inside edge into the off stump.
Yes,
So Moriki with the success.
he came forward and found the length was not there. He held the stroke back, but didn't get it close bat and pad. I don't know who's responsible for the goat mouth. I just spoken glowingly about the partnership. It might be pointing towards you.
He's eventually dismissed for 44. Good effort from the left-hander Pierre. Maybe not pushing the right pad close enough to the line of the delivery, inside edge onto the off stump. So he goes bowled by Moriki for 44. And the partnership for the 7th wicket being broken. It produced 77 between Imlac and Pierre.
And Moriki figures on the improve. Sele 4 for 39, and Sele now, I think 2 for 51.
2 for 51 indeed. Picking up an important wicket, and maybe even more importantly, Reds, breaking the 7th wicket partnership.
So we'll see the batting skills of those that we were talking about to come. Lane, you promised to check his batting scores.
17 matches before this. A best of 63,
Oh,
2 50s.
yeah, batting skills. Where there's life, there's hope.
Indeed.
So Moriki 2 for 51 has been told you. It's just getting a little cooler, overcast. We had good sun for most of the day. Lifting delivery, tried to put pressure on the young fast bowler, now a batsman.
Well, we had promised to check all 3. So Thomas and Shields to come. Thomas a high score.
I'll hold my breath.
Thomas a high score of 21. He has played 16 games at this level. And Shields a high score of 22.
That's encouraging.
15
They're
games.
both Jamaicans, so they got responsibility here. And that's squared up and almost caught at a short point position, looking to turn it. And took the leading edge, and a good effort diving like a goalkeeper, but couldn't pull it. 7 for 196. The West Indies A needing every run.
Lane squared up quite a long way there. Was facing almost mid-wicket when he finished playing there.
Mikey once more. Driving and driving well. There's runs here. This might have the legs to go into the rope. It does that just now. And for very important runs. And not only the boundary, but the actual stroke itself tells you that he's got batting skills.
Yes, stood up straight, driving nicely into the offside, finding the gap and finding the boundary as well. Off the mark with 4, and that would be a big encouragement for Imlac as the number 10 gets off the mark. 200 coming up.
Yep, yeah. And if we had a huge crowd, there would have been applause, but there's none. But 200 for 7. I suppose you could call this a bit of a fight back because they'd lost the 6th wicket with not much on target. Getting behind that. We had strong evidence of the Sahara dust. But there's a little bit of blue looking over the flags to our left.
Indeed, it looks like against the mountains. It looks like rain from a distance, but it's the
Oops.
Sahara dust.
2 slips of the gully. That is defensively off the inner part of the bat, goes out to mid wickets as he went onto the back foot. And they sneak a very quick single. Well. Who will welcome the rain? I don't even have to ask.
Well, we have spoken a lot about the app, Reds. It's not showing rain. It's showing breezy conditions. And therefore, I think we are safe.
Please consult your app more often. So Brian will bowl to a new batsman, a right-hander like Imlac. So no the left-right-hander situation. Did that affect you when you were bowling? A left-hander and a right-hander?
Yeah, it does. Although at certain points of your career, Reds, you can think maybe it's more comfortable bowling at left-handers sometimes.
Yes.
In fact, I tended to get the ball to come in naturally into the right-hander. So for the left-hander, it would move away, and so it would
With
be
the left hand, you bowl at the off stump?
Yeah, top of off all the time,
Top of off.
irrespective.
Yeah. Hope your colleagues are listening. Top of off?
Top of off.
Top of off? Emmanuel, I remember
And would swing the new ball away from the right-hander.
there, I'm getting everything off the back foot. Good running single. He was a little deep that mid-off. So intelligent cricket here by Lane. As he goes to 6.
The weather app, Red, says 4% rain for the balance of the day.
Yeah. How about tomorrow? Any information? Gotta take advantage of your great phone. So, Brian, just push it through. I was looking at the action, but it still remains clean in my view. That shot will bring runs. It will bring a boundary. Reverse sweep outside the line of the off stump. It's so difficult these days. Your captain set an offside field, and all of a sudden the batsman becomes a left-hander.
Imlac employing the reverse sweep and getting maybe a bit of a bottom edge past the slip fielder, and a long run for Moriki at backwards square leg, not able to pull it away from the boundary.
He moves up to 44. Would that be his 4th boundary? 5th boundary. I was off by 1. Silly point, slip. Turns away, but straight to the short fine leg. Well, you expect when a test batsman come out for the West Indies in a game like that, you look like a test batsman, and he certainly filled that spot.
Has been a good innings from him. He's chosen his deliveries to play at and has executed the attacking strokes well, the 5 boundaries. So he's now on 44, and he has done a good job in Pierre in the previous partnership, so he would want support from Lane, Thomas, and Shields going forward.
I'm told by a travel agent you're booked to leave on the 25th early morning, so you can watch West Indies and Australia.
Barbados,
Yeah, you haven't booked yet?
Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts. No booking as yet, Reds.
Well,
Plan to follow it on TV.
retired man. Oh, this is the time to really enjoy yourself. But I know you got a responsibility to your boys
And the girl as well.
and the girl as well. So it's Moriki to continue, and that's Hairy Fairy getting carried away. Now, one of your boys is a bit of a batsman,
Yeah, did quite well.
and he
in the-
nearly wrecked your nerves recently.
Last week, yes, in the under 15 local schools competition,
Who versus who?
St. Mary's College,
Okay,
he actually got 100.
100 plus.
100 plus.
Okay.
St.
So
Mary's
did you-
College versus.
Did you cook dinner for him?
Took him out.
Ice cream, dinner.
Well,
Oh,
some
yes,
fast food,
yes.
some fast food of his choice.
But you can't take him out only. You got to take the family out. That's driving nice. Very good shot. Good shape. Beating the mid off to his left. 4 more runs and encouraging little partnership building, but a long way to go. They've had an important 14, and Lane has contributed an important little 10.
Very important indeed. Picking up another boundary and pushing the total to 210 for 7.
Now, whilst he was having the dinner, did you give him a lecture about a couple of things that he didn't do right? Or he did everything right?
No, it's a learning process, right? So you try to guide him
Yeah.
in terms of how to plan an innings, how to execute.
He started playing at primary school?
Yeah. Started playing at primary school. So as I said, that's at the under 15 level. So it's ongoing locally among the secondary schools.
A little hold up in the play as the bowler himself gets a word or two from someone. The umpires have gotten together. Umpire Taylor is standing by at the edge of the rope, and the umpires are now going off. Is there a
Yes, I think umpire Chris Taylor is coming out with the box of balls. It looks like a change of ball.
Yes. Okay. So the ball is to be changed. I was saying the rules, I don't know, I'm sure you read it, that in the white ball, 50 over, instead of having 2 balls for the entire 50, you have 2 balls up to 35th over, and then the captain must choose which one he wants to finish with. That's to be implemented soon.
So a change of ball, a change of one ball or both balls?
Well, they're not allowing both balls right until 50 overs, which is operates now. You can only have 1 ball
For the full 50.
for the last 15 overs.
Okay, so currently you have 25 overs from each ball.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So what would be the change?
After the 35th over, the captain decides which of the 2 balls he wants to continue it. But you see, Malcolm Marshall always said the late cricket is a batsman's game.
Yeah, the rules seem to be favoring the batsman all the time.
Because that ball is going to be fairly worn by the 40th over. If it's wet, it could be get like a bar of soap.
Indeed. And the batters will get an opportunity for a harder ball, because you'd expect the replacement ball to be much more conducive to hitting.
Yes. So Mariki 2 for 60 to continue to bolt the lane, who's 10 off 10. Played a solid defensive shot, playing straight. It has master. His coach will be very pleased. Barbados shortly will be having a major track meeting. There's track on internationally. coming out to the USA. Today is the second and final day. The last time the pattern was 3 days. They've cut it down to 2. Sun has come out again once more, which is encouraging. And that is a discouraging shot from the West Indies point of view. Looking to go back and cut.
Short and following Lane as he went back and looking to play a bit of an uppercut, but it was much too close to him.
Surprised that Imlac didn't come forward and prod the ball just to pass on a message. Don't do that, young man. 210 for 7.
I think he's allowing Lane to conduct himself.
Yes.
So far so good, so I think Imlac doesn't want to maybe confuse him too much.
He's been very well organized. Lane, the bat pickup, a la Tony Gregan, we foresaw that. Short again. Not too many West Indians. Now they do it, but not too many West Indians would be picking up in most of my days.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a West Indian-like way of batting. I think traditionally West Indians tend to tap at the crease with the bat hitting the ground occasionally.
Louis had a big pickup today.
Yeah, he's one with a different approach.
Nicely played off the pads. Good look for a second. They'll have to hurry. No. The return didn't come in from the man who was attacking the ball, as the man who was running back. 212 for 7. Tomorrow, Monday, June the 2nd. So, a conversation between the two. Partnership. An important 16 runs. West Indies got off the mark, 79 before the first wicket fell.
Yeah, Campbell 33, 57 Louis. So those two did well, but in the middle, those single figures, Reds, it has really hurt the West Indies.
Yes.
Anderson 3, Hodge not, Athanaze 5, Ali Mohammed 8.
Like a telephone number. You know, if you play numbers, you can try to use that for your next bingo buy. You know.
Yeah.
I've got a lotto ticket in my back pocket, which I need to check. Turn fine. Did it hit the pad? Yes, it did.
Tight single there. Imlac having to hurry. Morike looking to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end. Would have
Well,
made it though.
Whatever the score, the West Indies A-side bowling team will have to work very hard.
Absolutely. This does not look like it's going to be a big score.
No.
7 wickets are down.
They'll do well to get to 300.
Very much so.
Silly Point now getting a little closer. They haven't had too many attacking fieldsmen, even in the ODI. We thought at times they could have had a Silly Point or a forward short leg. So Brian tweaking over, forces Lane back. To 13 for 7. Well, for a moment, that might have gone to the short fine leg. Eventually, it dropped in front of him, spun away, and they were able to get a single. And there was some shoulders dropping in South Africa.
Morike a little slow off the mark there. I think he picked it up late, but just therefore not able to make a catch of it. Single to Lane.
Lane now 13. That's played very fine. It's running away just below our microphones and runs to the West Indies keeper and batsman, or shall I say batting keeper. It's hard to really sometimes describe someone like Imlac. In any case, he moves to 48, being a captain's knock to 18 for 7.
Good boundary, just getting the bat on one that was too straight and clipping it away nicely and inching closer to the half century.
So spin has been operating from the far end. Cheeky single, pushing to cover, but pushing slowly. And they're quite quick between the wickets. Feet moving like Jesus Crawford did in 1976 when he won the gold medal in Montreal. Did you do any track when you were at school?
No, Reds. I was a spectator.
You didn't try the shot put with your size?
No. In my very first year at secondary school, I did high jump. Old-fashioned way.
Scissors.
Scissors. Scissors it was, Reds.
You got to 4 feet?
Can't remember. What I do remember, it was quite a nerve-wracking experience for me. And I think that's the only non-cricketing sporting activity that I took part in at school.
And look what people are jumping now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Played solidly, the middle on the front foot. I actually covered the international track and field championships in Paris, and I was able to meet Fosbury and did an interview. The guy who changed up the style. Very pleasant, easy to talk to. He said for 2 years he was jumping at nobody nobody made a mention of him. Sun is back. Bowler comes in. And Imlac not interested. I was saying that he did an interview with Sean Devers, and he was saying that the family really supported his cricket.
Yeah, family support always important. But you just got me a little curious about the high jump, Reds.
Yeah.
So we had Caesars. Wasn't there one called the Western Roll?
Eastern cut off.
And then there's this.
And the Western Roll. Yeah.
And is it a new one that we have now? The flip?
I think it's all Fosbury.
How do you call it, right?
The Fosbury flop.
Fosbury
where
flop.
You
Okay.
jump backwards.
Flop, right.
Yeah.
So scissors, roll, then flop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Western roll, Eastern cut off. Yeah, there were many.
Okay.
I mean, some people did very well jumping scissors, right? There were some people who were disallowed because they found ways of substituting some kind of an action where they would jump right over. It wasn't deemed legal. West Indies I remember Brenda Archer from Guyana winning the West Indies Championship. She jumped up at 5-5. Off the back foot and edge is an appeal. And turned down. It seemed to be some belated.
Well, they went up with the appeal. Morike was almost celebrating, but turned back and asked the question when Lane moved nowhere and found no support from the umpire. Pretty close to the top edge as Lane looking to uppercut it. But I think umpire Bazaraf was clear there that there was no touch.
And Lane's body language didn't say guilty, but maybe he's a good actor. 220 for 7. In the air, this could be caught and is well taken. Running away from the square, and he had to keep looking up to take the catch. We will confirm the catcher in a minute. But
Tristan loose.
at the end of what was a promising partnership of 24, we'll be getting a touch ambitious.
And looking to go aerial towards extra cover. It spent a long time in the air and gave Loose the opportunity to go back. Judged it well, had to turn around and then took it with his back facing the stumps, judging it well and tumbling away with it safely. So the end of lane.
So, is the end there to 20 for 8? Is there a song, and now the end is there? Frank
And
Sinatra.
so I face the final curtain.
Well,
The innings.
the batsman wouldn't want to be here you singing that.
Well, the innings is coming towards the curtain.
Well, let's see if there'll be some costed last stand effort. I missed what you were pointing at.
Imlac's 50.
Yep. So, well played 50.
91 balls, 6 fours.
Yep. Getting very cooler of late. Flag still pushing out. There's a little bit of blue as I look over the flagpoles. So, Ocean Thomas, left-hander. What you said the highest score was? 18 or something like that?
21.
21.
Well, surprising that he's coming before Shields.
Yeah.
That doesn't say much about Shields' batting rates.
Maybe it's a ploy to hold back the better batsman. A little bit of humor is good. More of an attacking policy now. The third slip is finally going in. We haven't had a third slip for a very long time. There was initially a third slip, but they'll be operating with 2 slips in the gully. Now, again, Thomas last a half an hour with Imlac. He's probably been coached for the last hour by Andre Coley. Play straight, play straight. And getting one that made a little bit of lift. It looked uncomfortable, but he survived.
Being hit on the glove, high up on the splice maybe, just pulling the bat away. But importantly for Imlac, defending it away successfully at the end of the over. So Imlac is going to face, and you would think, Reds, that going forward he would be looking to farm the bowling and looking at...
You read my mind. I was just about to say that. What does Imlac do? Try to pick up the single after 4 balls or 5 balls, pick up a boundary when he can. You probably have to look to get a little more aggressive.
Indeed, because Thomas and Shields, they will give support, but you cannot expect a lot of support from them.
No. You know, one of the things that the World Series cricket did for the West Indies, the bowlers became better fieldsmen and better batsmen.
Better batters indeed.
So, solitary slip. That's O'Brien to move in. And that's the new attitude. And just to underline what Claudius was saying, if Pierre was there, if Lane was there, he probably would have taken the single.
Absolutely. A very big drive, so perhaps looking for the boundary initially.
Yep.
And with the ball going to the man saying, no, I want to continue to be in strike. The over has just started.
Well, in the meantime, Thomas has got to be on his toes. So Brian to Imlac. Driving back to the bowler.
So looking to get even number of runs in the first half of the over. So 2s and boundaries.
You know, We should record keepers. They make awful sounds. Hurrah! Oh, yeah. I mean, there was an Australian who was well known for that. Just trying to remember the name. Oh, I think he was keeping when Shane Ball.
Shane.
Huh?
Ball and shine.
Bowling Shane.
Ball and shine. Ian Healy.
Yes, bowling Shane. Now, field getting a little more attacking. What you got? You got 2 balls to come. So the field now almost like a basketball full court press. Everybody almost inside the circle. Imlac, reverse. Oh my God! This stroke is gonna drive bowlers and captains mad. Go ahead.
Very well executed though. Wide of off stump and sweeping it nicely. And in an occasion like that, Reds, I think there's a strong case for it because there's the gap on the offside. It's outside the off stump. Safe stroke, well controlled.
And some can play
10 out of 10 for the
some
stroke.
can play it well. I mean, there's one Englishman, Butler. He was saying he practices for hours, different lengths, looking to sweep again. And now there's a protracted. How is that? So the end of the over, and it's time for Imlac to prep Thomas.
Couple of reverse sweeps to end the over. The one from the penultimate delivery was good. It was wide of off stump. The final one was a bit more dangerous. It was fairly close to being in line with the stumps, maybe just getting away with the LBW shout outside of off stump. But as it is with the dot ball at the end of the over, it means Thomas will be in strike. And a little lecture to Thomas from Imlac as to how to negotiate things as the new over commences.
It's like what lectures Sir Frank Worrell gave to Wesley Hall. They don't know what I'm saying. Do not bowl a no ball in the tight test. So 3 slips on the gully. Thomas waits and gets a bit of a fly, which he defends and defends well. Ducked, pushed at it, took evasive color. In the meantime, off the glove, it picks up 4 runs.
Gets off the mark, didn't look all that comfortable. Short, ducking, and the bat, the gloves at the ball in the air. But the ball going over the cordon and a boundary to Thomas. To 28 for 8.
Thomas races the 4. Standing with the legs apart, bat over the shoulder, ready for battle. Play straight. Thomas, that's what Imlac was saying. Well bowled, well played.
Indeed. Equal to it, Thomas blocking out the attempted Yorker from loose. And doing his job so far with the 2 deliveries.
Yep.
Getting a boundary, defending the other.
So tomorrow, working day. Be a working day for us. Good rhythm, the bowler. Athletic, well played. Getting on to the toes, taking the bottom hand away and pushing it down.
Well handled.
Probably remembering all the coaching advice he's had over the years. 8 for 228. South Africa still very much with their nose in front. Can the West Indies get to 250? Solid on the front foot, playing through the line.
Well, having faced 4 deliveries, he has done well, so the job would be clear. Bat out the rest of the over.
What he's not doing is looking for a quick single.
It's not on. With 2 deliveries left in the over, Imlac wants to be in strike at the start of the next over. So I think he'll be hoping that Thomas can continue to negotiate the over.
Thomas bending over. He's a big man, a heavyweight boxer. Let's go outside the off stump and talk about boxing. A world champion from Jamaica, McCullum, passing away, I think, this morning. I saw him in the Pan American Games in Puerto Rico. He was good. He was called the body snatcher.
Yes, I was just coming to say that. Yes, the body snatcher McCullum.
I'm impressed with your all wrong knowledge. I think you've been listening to Courgette myself.
In fact, Reds, I remember I had the fortune of traveling to Jamaica in '87 in youth cricket.
Yeah.
And that was during his heyday, if I recall.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Oh, good Lord. That was a snorter.
Well handled in the end.
Yeah.
Surviving the over and allowing Imlac to take strike at the start of the next.
So back to the Jamaica, you're going up for youth cricket and...
Yes, '87 Northern Telecom competition.
Northern Telecoms, yeah.
Yes, it was held in Jamaica in '87. I had the privilege of being on the Windward's side. It was myself and John Eugene from St. Lucia who would actually made the
You played at
Windwards.
Sabina? You played in different...
Yes,
grounds?
played against the Leewards at Sabina.
Good memories?
It wasn't a good memory for me because I think I sustained a back injury in that game. Yeah.
Windwards won or...
I think Leewards won.
Leewards won. But a privilege to play at Sabina.
Absolutely, yes. It was a good experience.
Yes, I did a couple of under 19s. I remember Holden and Bacchus having a tremendous battle. So Brian, as the sun comes out, he's off the back foot but plays it back towards the bowler. Partnership of important 8. Pulling away and cutting well. They will look for 2 for certainly. And Fieldsman did well to get around and stop what would have been an important boundary. He did a bit of a rugby, got down, stopped it. Imlac was back in the flash. Imlac 58. Can he chisel out 100 here? So Brian, off the back foot. Single on offer. Well, Claudius will soon be joined by JJ. And he will continue the drama. That's swept and swept well outside the leg stump. And quickly Imlac sweeping. Didn't exactly maybe get it in the middle of the bat, but enough bat in it to pick up an important boundary that takes him up towards exactly 60. And the West Indies are now 234 for 8.
2 deliveries left in the over, and I think we'll see Imlac looking to maybe take a single now and give Thomas 1 to survive.
Yes.
Or maybe waiting riskily, you'd think, for the final delivery to do it. So maybe looking for a boundary here perhaps in the 5th delivery.
Only the 3rd man going out. Everyone has come in for a basketball full court press. Long off has gone back. So 2 men out. 3 men out. There's a mid wicket out by the scoreboard. So Brian bowls. Hoiks that away in the air for a long while. Dropping well short. They come back. Well, they will not come back because he wanted a single. He's got the single. So we have 1 delivery for Thomas to negotiate. Imlac looking for a big 6 over mid-wicket. So the conference between Imlac and Thomas. Partnership important of 15. The West Indies want as many runs to play with. to try and build some pressure. They will need early wickets if they'll get back their nose in this game. Well played, head over the ball. I don't believe the figures we gave reflects the batting skills of Thomas.
He has actually looked good, Reds. A few difficult short deliveries from the seamers, but he has handled himself well in his 8 deliveries that he has facing 1 delivery in this last over after Imlac had picked up 5.
Well, 2:35.8. I've done my bit, and over to you, Claudius.
Thanks, Reds. Full of energy. West Indies home series coming up. West Indies women versus South Africa. West Indies men versus Australia. West Indies men versus Pakistan, Barbados, Grenada, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, Florida.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Loose will start a new over and will bowl to Imlac, who turns it away nicely out towards square leg. There's a sweep on the boundary, so it goes straight to him. But as we've told you, West Indies A captain doing a bit of agriculture out there, so electing not to go for the single. Wants to be in strike for the majority of the over. Not willing to expose Thomas so early in the over. 2 slips. Fine gully. Extra cover long off, deep point. Short bounce in, way over the head of Imlac, so high that umpire Bazaraf signals wide. Imlac going down and Munsami taking it. So Jamal James comes back 236 for 8, and Jamal Imlac looking to get all the support that he can get from Thomas and Shields.
Yes, and you must applaud the way that he has gone about it.
Loose to Imlac, goes back, still not interested in the single. The ball is rolling slowly to the deep point fielder, and the West Indies A captain just walks away to compose himself, towards the edge of the square. How many deliveries gone in the over? 3, or is that 2? 2 gone in the over.
So a chance to display some intelligence and tactical nous from Imlac.
Loose to Imlac. Edge and taken by the keeper. Oh, playing at it loosely, almost drawn towards it. And a bit of a break in concentration there, just fiddling at that, almost catching practice to the keeper. Munsami accepts it gleefully. And the end of Tevin Imlac. Caught Munsami ball loose for 61. The 9th wicket going down for West Indies A. It's 236 for 9.
Yes, and Tristan Luce finally being rewarded for some good quality bowling. Had toiled away, and from his point of view, he would say finally. But you must credit Tevin Imlac for the way that he has approached the innings. Had a real chance to demonstrate a lot of character, taking his team from a position of struggle and desperation, really, and combining a good partnership with Pierre. Had the responsibility to marshal the tail and to get the team to a position of respectability, and registering a score of 61. A job well done.
Yes, but what do you reckon happened there, JJ? Because 2 deliveries, he soaked strike and on strike for the 3rd, but the stroke, a little strange, the choice of stroke. What was that? Break in concentration. Should I play? Should I not? Shouldn't you have been maybe more aggressive at that one?
I think that aggression was the order of the day, given the length of that delivery. I think more conviction was needed. I think he could have even opted to have gone over the head of the cordon with that delivery. But
But
again,
he seemed to have been caught in sort of no man's land.
certainly
The stroke suggested.
certainly appeared that way. And it was reminiscent of what happened with John Campbell early on in the day. Just basically catching practice.
Yeah. In fact, it reminded me of the drills that we see before the game.
That's right.
For the slip cordon.
And I saw John Campbell taking a few of those catches before as I was on the pitch. Yeah, so. But again, a brain fade, the term made popular by Steve Smith. A brain fade, caught in no man's land, no conviction in the stroke play. I mean, sometimes, Claudius, when you have so much to think about, it could happen. Had the responsibility to look after O'Shane Thomas, captain of the team, needs a good total on the board. Do I attack now? Do I look for the single? So,
Yes, I think all of that in the mix. The umpires taking advantage of the fall of the ninth wicket to call for a drinks break. Just about ending now as the ground staff
yes.
come off.
But you know, Claudius, what I will say is that since Stephen Imlac was one of those individuals singled out for those interviews and psychometric testing, he would have done his captaincy credentials no harm by registering a half century when the team was in a position of struggle.
Absolutely. A good knock, 61. Of course, he would have loved to have pushed it closer to the three figure mark. But as he goes back into the dressing room, I think West Indies would be ruined the fact that they've really not put their heads down. As Shields, last man, short delivery from Loose and going down underneath it. So Loose picking up his first wicket. 1 for 32 now. So South Africa A, on the other hand, they'll be very happy with proceedings, winning the toss and sending the side in on day one. JJ, 236 for 9. South Africa A would be very happy.
I think he needs to be careful of that Yorker from Tristan Loose.
Loose to Shields. Delivery that's into the leg stump, played away into the mid-on area.
You just sense that a delivery like that was coming. Has proven to be a good exponent of the Yorker. We saw some high quality ones to the opening batter, Mikael Louis. And surely if it almost worked for the top order, it might very well be enough to clean up the tail.
2 slips, a gap, and then a fourth. Also short leg, very square. That is a delivery from Loose, played into the onside to complete the over. The 63rd of the innings. 236 for 9, West Indies A.
Yes, just looking at that scorecard. It comprises 4 main contributors. John Campbell with 33, Mikael Louis with 57, Tevin Imlac with 61, and Pierre with 44. Apart from that, it's just Johan Lane, the only other batter to get into double figures. Doesn't really make good reading for the middle order. A lot of individuals talked about in that middle order, the likes of Kevlon Anderson, Kavim Hodge, Alec Afenes, all failing to really deliver the goods today.
Ball and change at the far end. As well, Celia looks like he's come back. We saw him go off with a leg strain. In fact, bowling just one delivery in in the 13th over about half an hour ago, but has been repaired and is back, looking to wrap it up for South Africa A. Final pair at the crease. West Indies A 9 for 236. So Sele, not a sufficiently serious injury to keep him away from the bowling. He's come back.
And with the opportunity to pick up a 5th wicket, surely you'd want to put away any thought of any niggles aside.
4 for 39. Comes into Thomas. Thomas hits that back towards Sele, and the ricochet will go all the way to the long on boundary for 4. It was slapped back at him. It was catchable, I think. And yes, that came off the left hand and going past the umpire and all the way to the long on boundary for 4. So Thomas gets another boundary. He's dealing in boundaries. He goes to 8 to 40 for 9.
Standards are very high if you call that catchable.
It was catchable. It was the height of the stumps, JJ. It was catchable. It was hit powerfully. It was catchable.
Danger there.
Short, a swing, a miss. The big man Thomas looking to hit that somewhere towards Bonterre, way out over the Johnson Charles stand, which is covering that general mid-wicket region of the ground.
I feel that Celia was trying to hit Thomas.
Possible too,
Playing
because
the game.
Thomas had hit him the previous delivery.
That's right. You hit me, I hit you. Intimidation.
240
definitely
for 9.
a big part of our game.
3 slips waiting. Sele to Thomas. Thomas bowled! Right on the money. And 5 wickets for Sele. Thomas bowled by Okushle Sele for 8. West Indies A all out for 240. Sele picking up his 5th wicket coming back after the injury, and so ending up with 5 for 43. So the South Africa A would be very happy with the fact that they have been very clinical in wrapping up the West Indies A innings. 240 all out. So in the overall context of things, South Africa A would be quite happy, Jamal, after they won the toss, reducing West Indies A to just 240.
Definitely the wicket at the Darren Sammy, known for producing quality cricket and affords batsmen an opportunity to showcase their skill set. Proper surface, so when being inserted and you only register 240 all out, the South Africans would definitely be happy. But again, you must appreciate the intelligence from Sele. Had been hit, had been struck powerfully by Thomas. Then he employed the bouncer, and then finally he just unfurled the slower ball. O'Shane Thomas played way too early, and this one crashing into the middle stump. And Sele rewarded with a 5-wicket haul, much deserved for his quality, his discipline, and his effort.
Indeed, so 240 the West Indies A innings. Let's give you an indication of the scorecard. John Campbell caught Munsami Bowl Smith 33, Michael Louis Bowl Sele 57, Kevlin Anderson caught Herman Bowl Sele 3, Kavem Hodge caught Herman Bowl Sele not, Alec Atanez caught Munsami Bowl Morike 5, Tevin Imlac caught Munsami Bowl loose 61, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed caught Kwishele Bowl Sele 8, Carrie Pierre Bowl Morike 44, Johan Lane caught loose Bowl Morike 13, O'Shane Thomas Bowl Sele 8, OJ Shields not out not. So 240 all out from 63.4 overs, extras 8, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 2 wides and 1 no ball. So 240 3.77 was the rate of scoring by the South Africa A. The bowling for South Africa A, Shepo Moreke, 17.5 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 63. Okushle Sele, 12.5 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 43. Jason Smith, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. Tristan Luce, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. And Prenilan Subrian, 13 overs, 1 maiden, not for 60. So 240 is the first innings effort. We are at the innings break, and so as the ground staff just prepare for the second inning, it's time for us to take a break and ask you to join us back in about 5 minutes time for the start of the South Africa A innings.
And welcome back to the Darren Sammy, where the South African reply is about to begin. There are 24 overs left, as indicated by Roland Cox and now the board. So 240. And I just want to ask Roland Cox to give me the scoreboard again if he could. Time will allow. Thomas starts with the commentary box end. Well, a practice run.
$76 and 20.
So it's Harmon. Strike. It's trying to settle.
So that's Herman.
So Jordan Harmon.
Senokwane.
Sinokwane.
So it's Senokwane on strike.
Yeah.
Facing up to O'Shane Thomas. Remember when O'Shane Thomas had burst onto the scene, Reds? Clocking over 90 miles per hour.
Yep. My first sight of him was bowling down Gale at Sabina Park.
I remember that delivery.
And
that was iconic.
A CPL game. There's three slips on a square gully. Just trying to keep the batsman on his toes but producing a no ball. So South Africa is off and running. So I think the innings of the day will initially was from Louis, but one will think that the discipline of Imlac maybe won it. Pierre must get a fair amount of credit too.
Most definitely. I really admired that innings from Tevin Imlac, your typical captain's knock. Team in a position of weakness, and you batted well to post a respectable total.
Sinokwane wait. And doesn't drive, looks at it as the red cherry goes past wide of the off stump. South Africa will be very happy dismissing the Westerners for 240 after there was 79 for 1. So we had what? 3 major scores. The first one coming from Louis, Carrie Pierre, and Imlac.
John Campbell had gotten that score of 33.
Thinking of maybe looking to play an attacking shot, but letting it go. Roland Cox has just passed me an interesting thing. The pressure was on Imlac, and normally he's good at working the ball away. 70 face. Just getting the details for our viewers, might I think. Yes, 105, 79 dot balls. Keeping it short and aggressive. Ideally for them to come back in this game, West Indies there will need to pick up at least 2 wickets by the close.
Most definitely, and sometimes you bowl to a plan. Could it be that O'Shane Thomas is trying to soften up the top order of the South Africa A batting lineup with some short stuff before he goes in for the kill with some further deliveries?
Well, Thomas may be just being Thomas. He's a genuine fast bowler. He's an armory. onto the front foot and just pushing the ball, running away slowly. So they've picked up their second run. First was a no ball. This one has come off the bat. So Herman, who we were impressed with in the ODI series, little left-hander. Ackerman to come at 3, Smith to come at 4, Quiselli, Pretorius, who's just come in from India, Munsami, Sobrian, Luce, Mokeli, and Sila, in that order according to the board. Herman waits, left-hander. Turn away. Down to a wide fine leg. Just looking at the weather. Looking a little iffy. When I was looking over the flags, there was a little bit of blue earlier on. There is none. Claudius is not here to look at his app. 3 without loss.
So as if I can remember, Claudius said that when he checked his app, we would have had sunshine for the rest.
Yep. Well, I live in the area of Bonterre, and it's been fairly cloudy for the last couple of days, but this morning I got up, had a cup of coffee, and it was no rain overnight, or very little rain overnight. So the rain has held up. Initially, I think Crafton was a little worried with the weather, but 48 hours before the first ODI, it came good.
It's Johan Lane to pick up the bowling from the pavilion end.
Now, as he walks back, that's Michael Holding. As he walks back, same kind of walk.
That's the way he used to do it.
Yeah. Tall like Michael Holding. I'm just comparing the walk. So please don't misquote me that he's another Michael Holding. It's just the way he was walking. Very nonchalant. Good delivery, pitched up. So a chance for the fast bowlers to do some important work. And Imlac can't attack too much. When you score 240, you got to be a very, very cagey about your attacking. He's got 3 slips in the gully. Nobody close in. Mid off is wide, mid on is straight. That's down the leg side.
In the Reds, it's only been about 9 deliveries, or 10. But there's a lot that you can pick up on. I mean, the South African batters, they've gotten into some really good positions. And Tevin Imlac behind the stumps, he looks to be moving quite well. Just what's caught my eye thus far.
Well, he doesn't have to move because that's right on target and played by the left-hander back towards the bowler. Very quiet. Probably got maybe about a dozen spectators plus the ground staff who are nicely dressed in blue shirts, look very organized. Big booming ball outside the off stump carrying to Imlac. Imlac, who was given an opportunity in Pakistan and seems to have taken it with both hands. There's a lot of sympathy and support for De Silva. Some people think that he should at least been here to have kept in one match down the leg side. Missed opportunity there by Herman. Over is finished. And that's the scoreboard. 240. Imlac 61. 105 deliveries. And Roland Cox said there were 49 dots. 79 dots. 79 dots.
But you know, Red, since you've mentioned Joshua De Silva, do you have any insight to share as to why he's not? Has anything been given? Has there been any media release? Anything?
Well, all I can say, look what you asking me, boy. No, I have no insight. They didn't think that, he was maybe relevant to the ODI selection.
Any injury? Nothing of the sort?
I'm not aware of that. We would have heard that. You got some fascinating news out of Trinidad. Somebody brought the Sunday Express. We'll give you the top headlines. The top headlines is a bit of a blast. 3 with a loss. Thomas cranking up that big frame, comes up and lifting the very outside. The Sunday Express, June 1. Dancehall artist Blank's Savannah show over payment issue. Who we talking about? Go ahead.
That looks to be Vibes Cartel, right?
Vibes Cartel. No payment came over payment issues, and he simply pulled out of the show. So you can imagine the bacchanal at the Savannah. There's no bacchanal here. West Indies are looking for a wicket. South Africa wanting to bat it to the close. That's outside the line of the off stump. The other headline is economic reset. The budget is coming up soon. What's the sporting headlines? Sporting headlines. Gotta be careful. Just want to be selective. Short and stare down towards third slip. Crisis in Women's Cricket by Colin Everton Croft. Huge article. I hope this is shared. Big picture of Superwoman Hayley Matthews.
And she certainly has been that for the women's team.
More headlines. Ghana beat Trinidad and Tobago 4-0 in the Unity Cup, which was won. Jamaica losing on penalties after a 2-2 draw. Thomas right on target. Is there any more sporting headlines I can refer to? There's news on tennis, news on horse racing, O'Brien. Nothing on the NBA. A lot on international news, which we will not refer to. Difficult to really look at happenings in Gaza and in Ukraine. Good bowling by Thomas, bowling with a fair amount of control. One gets the impression that maybe he's been asked by Coach Kohli to not concentrate on genuine pace, but to try and bowl as tight as possible.
Reds, I just don't know. I grew up at a time when I heard people like Tino Best saying that your number one job as a fast bowler is to bowl fast. And he didn't care too much for control. Not saying that he should be the main example for all fast bowlers to follow.
Well, when you make 240, you got to make adjustments.
There is an edge.
And
It
not
looks-
carrying.
Oh, oh,
Thomas bending over with pain.
oh, was
almost.
that put down? Oh, the replay will have to. The replay will confirm to us. I just wonder if that went down. Thomas induced the edge.
He went to Anderson.
Let's see. Oh, might have to look at that one more time, but just the look of disappointment.
It went to his far left.
Yeah, that carried at a comfortable height, Reds. You could just see John Campbell holding his head. Yeah, opportunity missed by West Indies.
Still 5 without loss. And that's picked up outside the leg stump and quickly flicked away with disdain. Total moves to 9 without loss. But it wasn't a straightforward catch. He had to move to his left and get down. But you got to take your chances. And there was certainly a chance there of that being hauled up. So 9 on the board. Herman is 5.
Thomas had almost struck gold with that beautiful delivery slanting across the left-hander. He felt that he needed to play, just hang the bat outside the line of the off stump and the catch being spilled. And so often, we say it, Reds, after a drop catch, you see the ball whistling to the boundary.
So Lane from the far end continues. And that's played nicely off the pads, down the wrong line, and paying the penalty for it.
So now 2 boundaries in succession. One of Thomas, one of Lane, but that shot was elegantly played. Looks quite the classy player, does Senokwane.
So 3.1 overs, 24 overs have been allotted, but a lot will depend on the weather. A lot will depend not just whether it's rain or not, but maybe light could be a factor towards the end. Great chatter from the ground staff. They might not necessarily be discussing cricket.
He didn't have to move that much for that catch.
And that would put no pressure.
Just looking at Senokwane, Reds, he just looks as if he has all the time in the world to play the fast bowling.
Small man. And wants to make an impression like every other South African on this tour. South Africa team waiting to play Australia in the Test final. That's coming up very soon in June.
Yes, and just looking at his setup, unlike what we see with our West Indian players, he's set on off stump and he's making no movement at all, staying perfectly still until that ball is delivered and reacts to the ball.
The ground staff is making movement towards the covers. So maybe they know the weather conditions well. Maybe they're seeing rain in the distance. The flags have picked up. The wind has definitely picked up.
Yes, all the groundsmen, Reds, are in the raincoats.
Yes. They were nightly attired in blue t-shirts. But it's rain coat time. It's only hoping it will blow away and spoil the drama of this afternoon. Good delivery. Had to pull out of it. Moving away. Through to Imlac. So the West Indies sent in. Good start. 79 when the first wicket fell. eventually getting 240.
Looks to be some reinforcement of the cordon. Looks to be 4 slips in the gully now, Reds.
Yep. But Lane there not bowling to it.
All the encouragement in the world to draw the baton to the front foot. Trying to get him to push at one. Senokwani has maintained good discipline. Scored 6 from his 17 deliveries. Herman, being dropped in the previous O'Shane Thomas over, has moved on to 5.
So technically we've got 20 overs left. How many will get of that number? The ground staff has taken a seat, which is encouraging. They were at the ready just now. Thomas cranking up that big frame. Outside the line of the off stump.
Landing those deliveries in some good areas, Reds. Induced the false stroke previously, so Herman now would certainly be more watchful.
We haven't had a report on Tyson, but maybe because of the concussion, he was not maybe considered.
It's possible because this is a ground where he had done quite well in the red ball format for the Windies Volcanoes.
Well, he's hoping that he'll be okay, not too much affected, maybe a little headache. And that's down the leg side, and a good take by Imlac. Thomas turned to the umpire, but that probably coming off the hip.
Yeah, certainly looks that way from the replay, but again, good movement from Tevin Imlac. You had mentioned, Rez, that Jordan Herman was one of the players who impressed you in the
Yes, he did.
ODI leg
Yeah,
of the tour.
a number of them did. Good crop in the making. The last A series between the West Indies and South Africa was keenly contested. I think South Africa has maybe sent a more experienced side. I think the West Indies selectors were just deciding to look at as many people as possible. South Africans just sent 15, they have sent well over 25. The ODIs and then the teams. Second game to be led by Warrican. That's pitched up. It's looking to turn that away to leg.
O'Shane Thomas opting to go very full, but again another no ball. So things not quite right just yet with O'Shane Thomas, possibly striving for that extra yard of pace. And that tends to happen in fast bowlers, Reds. When you just push for that extra bit of pace, you tend to overstep that line.
Thomas 2.3 overs, done for 10. He's bowled 11 dots. Good solid delivery, good solid shot. Getting well forward and behind it. Where's the ground staff? They are relaxing to our right. They have taken off the raincoats. but we can't see any blue, but we can't see much further up. The wind is going at a fairly good pelt. Imlac operating with 3 slips in the gully. He ended the last over with 4 slips in the gully. Over is completed. So after 5 overs, chasing 240, they have reached 13 with a loss. The instructions, we will think, to the South African openers is stay there till the close. There's no hurry. Just rotate the strike, pick up what you can pick up.
That's for sure. Conventional wisdom does dictate that that is what should be done at this time, with the close of play looming and some inclement weather also looming ominously in the background. So they would certainly want to be present tomorrow under the hopes of better sunshine.
Well, we have to check with Claudius on that marvelous app, which suggested that there would be no further rain. We'll have to change the phone or change the app, one of the two.
Well, the app has been right thus far, Reds, because we have not yet seen the rain.
He's come back at us. He says there's 4% chance. So the 4% is operating. Thomas, 14 without loss. And he holds his head. That was not timed. Off is completed. Now what Imlac will do, keep these 2 going, or maybe look for a little bit of a change-up. You've got a couple of bowlers waiting in the wings.
Yes, we know the likes of O.J. Shields and Ali Mohammed.
Ali
Yes.
Mohammed, yep.
Ali Mohammed, the leading pacer from the 4-day regional championship. He's chomping at the bit to get his opportunity with ball in hand.
So, Tulane, as you mentioned in the previous over, 4 slips in a gully. Standing up straight when he played that.
So I really like the look of Senokwani. Looks a proper opener. Good technique. Very simple. Stands on off stump. Opens that right toe just a bit. Left toe, I should say. Stays
He's
still.
7 from 18. Herman 5 from 16. 15 for no loss. 3 slips on a gully for the left-hander, not 4. Getting well forward. The taking of South African left-handers, Kepler Vessels. Kepler Vessels, who played both for South Africa and Australia. He qualified, I think, after 2 seasons of playing in Australia. No ball.
So what had first happened if O'Shane Thomas now creeping into the game of Johan Lane? A no ball issue. But you mentioned South African left-handed batters. What about Dean Elgar, recently retired? What did you make of him?
Yeah, well, the point I was making that Kepler Vessels played both for South Africa and Australia. It goes for more tacky shot, takes the inner edge and come down towards third man. Yes, he serves South Africa very well. Played with a lot of heart, gutsy. We can just, as we have the time to work on a contest which just seems to be quietly going on. Everybody's sparring, looking for some success. 70 without loss. Lane comes in, and I would think that he turned that away. Single. Strike rotated once more. And go back to something 18 to the 23rd of April, 91-92. After democracy came back, I think the ANC suggested that the first game should be played against the West Indies. And they came out for one test match, which turned out to be a bit of a nail-biter on the last day. Not watched by too many people, unfortunately. Beautiful drive. Oh, lovely. Pitch well up and transferring the weight. Getting onto the left leg and hitting that good balance. Out by the scoreboard, raised the total up to 22 without loss.
That was lovely. I was stroked away quite elegantly through the offside. Acreage of space out there. I mean, when you have 4 slips and a gully, you tend to have a lot of open space. Johan Lane wanted to tempt the batter into the drive, but just landed this one into the slot.
Goes around the wicket. Both outside the line of the off stump. Now back to that drama. West Indies batted first, got 262. Desmond Haynes 58, Richardson 44, Atherton 59, Snell 4 for 83. The West Indies in reply 345. BC Lara 64, JC Adams 79, not out. Snell again among the wicket, 4 for 74. South Africa 345. And overnight, there were 2 wickets down. They needed 79 with 8 wickets. There were 2 for 106. Kept the vessel 74, Kirsten 59, and then came Ambrose and Walsh. Walsh 24.47, 6 for 34. Into the hip area, turned up. So Ambrose 24.47 maidens, 6 for 34, and Walsh 22 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 31. The West Indies won by 52 runs, and we are told that the South Africans had their champagne on ice and figured that they'll go 1 up against the West Indies in the first ever meeting. The game was boycotted when Anderson Cummins was not selected, and a very small crowd throughout, and even on the last day where there was some interest, no doubt, as the West Indies came rolling back. Ball well pitched up, dug out. 24 overs down, whether we'll get anywhere near that. This is 6.2. South Africa 23 were loss. Wonder where Claudius was when that drama was taking place. Might have been watching on television. 91-92. Wayward delivery, very wide. But that was tremendous tension. Remember David Halford being, the late David Halford, the manager, sitting very coolly. The West Indies were outplayed for virtually every day of that test match, except the last day. Although they started well initially on the last day. Kept the best to 74, Peter Kirsten 59. What an encounter, first ever. Thomas. Delivery which needs no real attention. You had any recent close finishes in the local SPL?
Yes, most definitely. In the SPL, there was a close encounter against, was it Babuno? Where the game ended in the very last over.
Okay. Big crowd?
Definitely, Babuno brought out, it seemed like the entire community to the Minda Phillip Park to support them.
His number 23 at the Darren Sammy. Probing way outside the line of the off stump, taking through. Which was the biggest gathering for that tournament? In the final?
No, not the final. The final was at the Grizzly playing field, and I don't think that many persons made it up there.
No.
I got to that game pretty late. But the crowd was fair. But right, in the Chozelle community, they really turned out
Yes,
to support them. To support
that's
their
the
own.
report. Chozelle really supported the SPL. We need some Chozelle here now. We need some people on Monday. Half stop. Getting onto the knees there, Louis.
Well, you know, Reds, we do have two St. Lucians on the West Indies A squad. We have Tariq Edward from Grizzly and Dylan John. Tariq Edward, 13th man, and Dylan John, 14th man.
Well, not included, but good to be in an A-team squad. It means that people are looking at you.
For sure, Tariq Edward would have represented the West Indies at the under-19 level in the last World Cup.
Bowled very well.
A gun fielder as well. Really prides himself in the field. Around the local circuit, they call him Maxwell. So that should tell you.
Can you explain?
But we know that around the world circuit, Glenn Maxwell is known as one of the best fielders in the world. Quite sharp.
Yeah.
Quite swift across the ground. So comparisons being made. Also hits the ball a long way.
Yes, I saw him in the nets. I came to watch the practice, and he was enjoying the opportunity. Lane on the far end. Good delivery and lifting. Batsman in two minds what to do.
You just
Ball.
feel that he hasn't bowled enough of those deliveries. Right. Not enough in that channel. And there are too few and far between. At one point, the captain had 4 slips placed there for him. One of those men taken out. That's a lovely stroke.
Yeah. Run away with the turtle back. He didn't have a lot of anger. And I mean, Louis played a lot of those shots. Just got into position and timed it very nicely, and that was the situation. The mid-on was a little on the white side, not straight. It was well played, done for 27.
He just touched that ball, right? He just touched it, and at the wrist of the bat. Testament to good balance at the crease once you could play the on drive so well.
Rearward delivery. Gotta get a little closer to the line of the stump to have the batsman in two minds. A couple of houses nicely positioned. If there was interest for people to get on the balcony, the one to our high left, which is yet maybe to be completed. But building these days are much more expensive. and the cost of steel and the cost of cement. So people who built their house, 20, 15 years ago, 10 years ago would have probably done the right thing. Darren Sammy getting quite cool. Better line. That's what JJ was talking about. Just letting it go. So 9 overs completed. Don't believe we will get all 24 anyway near it. And as I said that, there was umpire Reefer looking at his watch. I don't believe they have a gauge to test the line. I will do maybe one more and then change to Claudius, and he will take you as far as this will go. So a reminder of viewers, and a very late evening in South Africa. I know viewers that we'll be back tomorrow at about 5 to 10. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we wouldn't have too many showers overnight. The covers no doubt will be on as just a protection against any rain.
Alright, but we're going to have our first look at OJ Shields from the com box end.
Well, we did have a brief look at him in the ODIs because he came in as a concussion substitute for Tyson, who was hit with temple-wise batting. But I think he was hurried into action. I didn't think that Athena should have started with him, because all of a sudden he was brought in. Maybe he should have been able to run around a bit and then give him a first change. Booming ball down the leg side.
Yes, but early on, just testing out the middle of the surface.
Herman 10. Sinakwana on 13. 27 on the board for no loss, South Africa.
Very circumspect approach from the South Africa A opening batters. They've kept the composure. And one missed opportunity. Herman survives. And since then, he's gone back. Almost looks like they're closing up shop very early, Reds.
Well, I think they're on instructions to just stay there until they close. There was not a lot in time enough to really build an innings. Just play the way down to backward point. Maybe just opening the faces. He came forward. So no hurry. They're only chasing 240. If they can get to 50 without loss, it will be the ideal day's play.
For sure. And he was in full control of that delivery as he steered it down to that vacant third man region. Picks up a boundary, risk-free.
The West Indies women playing again, I think, on the 4th of June. Had an improved performance in the last game, but still lost. That's on the pad.
St. Lucian Kiana Joseph Reds registered another half century, a second in her career.
Yes, and trying to learn to play off the back foot and trying to learn to play through the covers. She's very strong on the onside, but the technology is wrong where there'll be a concentration on pushing out on the back foot. So she's got to make adjustments. Long discussion on Sports Max about the need for her to improve her fitness. Shall I play or shall I not play? Pulling out of it. As the over is in fact completed. More from you, and then yourself and Claudius will take it home.
So after 9 overs, the score 31 without loss. There's Senokwani on 13 and Herman on 14. 3 bowlers employed by Tevin Imlac thus far, but none have brought the required result. Seen O'Shane Thomas with 4 overs, none for 11. Johan Lane, 4 overs, 1 maiden for 16. O.J. Shields just completed his first over, has conceded 4 runs. And the South Africans, generally they have looked unfazed by the bowling, have handled themselves quite well. There was that error from Herman. The edge was induced, but the West Indians did not pick up the catch. As we welcome Claudius back into the box. Welcome back.
Stop. And the little right-hander plays away into the offside. And there's no run. So 31 without loss. This is a good reply by South Africa A. 240 the effort by West Indies A. Lane to Senokwan, looking to whip it away. Getting the single. Imlac doing the fielding leg by, spin signal. Well, just the one. 32 without loss. So Senokwan stays on 13. Herman is 14. And coming to 5:30 local time. Interesting to see when we will come to the end of day 1. We have had, this is the 10th over. We had 65 in the West Indies A's innings, so that's 75 thereabouts. Supposed to have 90 in the day. A big drive by Herman, uncharacteristically so. More going past the inside edge and into the gloves of Imlac. A lot of width there and being drawn into the stroke, the left-hander, luckily for him. No edge. West Indies A and South Africa A, they have been in action for a few series before that. The last time they two played, 2003, South Africa getting the better of West Indies. A drive by Herman out through extra cover for a boundary, pushing him to 1836 without loss. This time middling it nicely all the way to the boundary for 4.
And it's the second time that he has accessed that gap with that level of timing and precision, where there was really no need to run. Johan Lane again looking for that swing, but guilty of over-pitching. Captain Imlac responds by removing another member of the cordon and placing him exactly where that ball just went.
Lane to Herman. Herman beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. He changed his approach to round the wicket, so angled into the left-hander and straightening on pitching. And And into the gloves of the keeper. Herman there, JJ's indicating that he played inside of that. Are you convinced, or was he genuinely beaten?
I think he played inside the line, Claudius, to be honest. He's been very watchful.
2 slips and a gully. Lane coming in, but not happy with the approach. Reg was talking about my weather app. I also have an AI app outside the off stump, moving away, and the end of the over. South Africa A36 without loss. We've had 10 overs. This is in reply to West Indies is 240 from 63.4 overs. 61 Imlac, 57 Louis, 44 Pierre, 5 for 43 Sele, Moreke 3 for 63 and 1 for 37 from Smith. So these two have really put a good foundation for the South African A reply.
Yes, and just on your screen a while ago you saw bowling coach for this unit, Jerome Taylor, former West Indies opening bowler, known for getting some prodigious movement with the new ball and for some good control. I'm not sure that he would be quite pleased with the pitch map of his quick men.
Shields will start the 11th over of the innings. To Senokwan, plays inside of it and into the gloves of the keeper. In fact, I recall, I think Jerome Taylor made his test debut on this ground back when he started. I think I recall him playing his first game for the West Indies right here, so you would be familiar with the conditions and would have to factor in the breeze, the surface conditions. But I think when he played in that debut, I think the wicket was of a different nature. It was a lot more docile. Clipped away by Senokwan, through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. It's been chased and it'll be touch and go, but the ball will win into the boundary now. Another pleasant boundary from the bat of Senokwan, taking him to 17, and it's 40 without loss.
I think that the fielder just had to run to just show everyone that he was making an effort, but really and truly he had no chance. Such was the timing again from Senokwan. Has looked quite composed at the crease. Good balance again, able to clip that ball off the pads without falling over to the offside.
Shields to Senokwan, short, and has to rock back, almost going down on the knees as well, but quick in his response. So sharp delivery, and it was angled into him. A little man, but kept his eyes on it, handled it well, allowing it to go into the gloves of Imlac.
We would have mentioned so many great fast bowlers in this game coming from South Africa, so undoubtedly you grew up playing on some bouncy and pacey wickets. So I don't think that he was too fazed by that delivery, which climbed up on him.
Shields to Senokwan back, playing into the offside. There's no run. So Jerome Taylor positioning himself exactly behind his compatriot and just sharing some points of support, correction, intelligence, whatever you wish, just ensuring that the young man is executing according to the many plans that would be discussed. Shields to Senokwan, straight delivery, clipped away to the long leg fielder, straight to him, Lane, and they take one. So I was talking about South Africa A versus West Indies A at the unofficial test, first class level. South Africa A 5 wins versus West Indies A 1 win. And in the last time they had a series to 2023, South Africa winning the two-match rubber 2-1. West Indies A winning the first test by 1 wicket, unofficial test. Shields to Ackerman on this occasion, plays back. And going to mid-off, the over comes to an end. 11th of the innings, 41 without loss. Senokwan is 18 from 33. Jordan Herman, 18 from 37. We have had 11 overs.
As Rez mentioned, while I commend them for their approach, these two would certainly be under some instruction. See how the days play. Conventional wisdom does dictate that that should be the order of the day. But we will have a change in the bowling. Looks to be Ali Mohammed. Finally been given his opportunity. The leading wicket taker as a fast bowler in the regional 4-day. Picked up 28 wickets this season. Has really earned this opportunity to be here playing against South Africa A.
Starts wide of off stump, quite wide, and Senokwan not playing. Nice little away shape on that from Ali Mohammed, and would want to get that a lot closer to the stumps to bring the two slips and the gully in play. He's operating from the end that can give him assistance with the breeze blowing from leg to off. He's straight on this occasion. They'll get the single as Senokwan has played that to the right of the mid-wicket fielders. Square leg area is where he has picked it up. So 42 without loss as Senokwan picking up the single. He goes to 19. And Ali Mohammed will also change his approach as the left-hander comes into strike. So Jordan Herman, the 23-year-old, has a higher score of 187 at this level. This is his 27th game at the first class level. 400s and 14 50s. Mohammed to him, pulled away out towards mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. In fact, Mohammed actually staying over the wicket, bowling short, and that has gone all the way as we look at the replay. Short and pulled away and clearing the boundary at mid-wicket for 6. So for 6 of the innings, Herman going to 24-48 without loss, and not a good start by Ali Mohammed there.
Yes, he rocked back and cracked that one over mid-wicket. Mohammed, from what we've seen thus far, doesn't seem to possess any great pace. And certainly at the pace that he's bowling, should not be bowling on that length.
He's again too straight, worked away through square leg. A run for Atenes, he'll pull it back within about 20 yards of the boundary, but will not stop Ackerman getting 2 to bring up the South Africa a 50. Of course, partnership of 50 between these two as well. 74 deliveries, 56 minutes. And, well, continuing to build on that solid platform.
So remember that Reds had mentioned that they would have been looking for a score of about 50 without loss by the end of the day's play, but they're already there.
Indeed. Herman 26, Senokwan 19. Round the wicket now, but bows down the leg side. And the keeper taking that. So Imlac bringing on Ali Mohammed and supporting him with the 2 slips. Ali Mohammed operating round the wicket to Herman. Drives back past him for 4. was pitched up and hit quite powerfully to the right of Ali Mohammed. Got the right hand down, but not able to stop it. The over comes to an end. Not a good one from Ali Mohammed. Not bowling in good areas. 54 without loss. South Africa A. Herman is 30, Senokwan 19.
Just feel that Herman has protected that territory close to him with some ferocious intent. Anything that has been overpitched has been dealt with some level of aggression. And I think that Mohammed can count himself lucky that he didn't stick his hand out to that one, because such was the power behind that one.
I think he wanted to do so, but pulled it back quite quickly.
Self-preservation.
Yes, short to start off, and Leseho Senokwan ducking away. 28-year-old, playing his 50th first-class game. Highest score of 205. 700s, 850s. Average 31.51. So quite an accomplished young man, you'll have to say. 28 years old. And lots of experience already. His 50th game. Shields to him. He stands up straight and punches it to mid-on. Ali Mohammed is there. And there is no run. So I was telling you earlier that in 2023, West Indies A, November 21st to 24th, 2023, they won versus South Africa A by 1 wicket. South Africa came back with victories in the next 2 games of the series. Shields to Senokwan, short down the leg side, ignored by Senokwan, and Imlac taking in December 2023, December 5th to 8th. In fact, the second one before that, November 28th to December 1st, 2023, South Africa A, winning by 232 runs. And in the third unofficial test, South Africa A, December 5th to 8th, 2023, South Africa A winning by 76 runs. I don't quite have details. Maybe Coxie will help me in the coming days with those details.
Ooh.
Outside the off stump. And into the gloves of Imlac. South Africa A, who have gotten the better of West Indies A in their recent bilaterals, in a good position, 54 without loss.
Was definitely in the hunt for 240. Need to overhaul that so they can set the home team on target. A good platform at this time, 54 without loss.
Shields, the man from Jamaica, to Senokwan, a loose delivery that goes right through Imlac and into the boundary for 4 byes.
A delivery that had deserved 4. If he had hit it, it would have been 4. If he didn't, went for 4 anyways.
Yes, Senokwan losing out on a fairly loose delivery. Needed to have gotten some bat on that. Didn't do so, but the team getting the boundary. 58 without loss. O.J. Shields, 29 years. This is his 16th game at this level. Correction, his 18th game. Wide of off stump and let go by Senokwan at the end of the over. The 13th of the innings, South Africa A, they are 58 without loss.
Yes, but O.J. Shields, he does look to be working up some pace. Hits the pitch very hard. Seems to be a lot to work with there. With the pace bowling management is concerned. Looks to have all the right attributes. You said at 28 years old, you said 29 years old, OJ Shields. Some good potential in this youngster.
So he's completed his third. Just a 9 conceded, but I think when he reflects, he will maybe not be happy with the consistency of his line and length. Ali Mohammed, who didn't start all that well, conceding 13 from his first, is going to come in round the wicket to Herman. Starts the over very wide of off stump. And into the gloves of Imlac, who would not be quite happy with this start, yet to take a wicket into over number 14 with the new ball.
Not at all, and the conditions are overcast and should suit his bowlers at this time. But speaking of Imlac, is there a case for Ali Mohammed to have maybe have opened the bowling? He seems to be a bowler who looks for swing rather than pace. Is there a case there?
He bowls outside the off stump, ball going further away. I think when we saw him in the regional 4-day, he was exactly that, not an express pace bowler, but just bowling in good areas, forcing the batsman to play like this outside the off stump, going past the outside edge. So a case of him, JJ, not really hitting the good areas as yet. He's been a little on two sides of the stumps, and I guess the left hand, right hand has made it difficult for him. But the consistency of line and length has been the issue for him so far in his 1.5 overs.
Sure, but we saw the same with Chepo Moreki from South Africa A. Didn't have the best of starts, but in the end he finished with 3 wickets, 3 for 63. So plenty of time for Ali Mohammed to get it right. It's just that the West Indies A and Tevin Imlac would want him to do so as soon as possible.
He's outside the off stump. In this, the 4th delivery of the over. But credit to him, a string of 4 dot balls to Herman. So he comes in again. Outside off stump. And Herman coming across and allowing it to go into the gloves of Imlac. So Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 26-year-old from Guyana. So the 26-year-old comes in to Herman. Herman lets it go. It is angled in and not passing too far from the off stump, but Herman had it well covered. The over coming to an end. A maiden from Ali Mohammed, a much better one, of course. 58 without loss, and seeming to hit his straps in this over.
Yes, so 58 without loss. 14 overs have been bowled. 10 overs remaining in the day's play. At this time of year, Claudius, light doesn't fade away very quickly, so it's already 5:45. Who knows, we may be going up until after 6 today to ensure that we get those 10 overs in.
I think we may have a light situation. Sunset today at 6:28 local time. According to my watch, 13 minutes to 6. Shields to Senequan, clipped away fine for 4. So another poor delivery, you have to say, from Shields, just too straight. And Senequan getting inside of it and playing it very fine away from the long leg fielder in lane and away to the boundary for 4. He goes to 23, 62 without loss.
So I was just telling Reds that Senequan, he just positions himself on off stump and still as possible, so the temptation would be to bowl straight at him.
Shields short, wide, too short. And Senequan is ignoring it. And Imlac jumping to take it. So what has plagued Shields has been the inconsistency of line and length. And Senequan negotiating quite successfully in that last delivery. Shields again to Senequan. Goes back, wants a single, will get it. Is tapping it up on the offside. Good response from Herman. They go through for the single, the 68th run, the 63rd run of the partnership, as the left-hander will come into strike.
OG Shields bringing the pace, but he needs to bring more than that. Batsmanship going quite well for South Africa A. Jordan Hillman has been aggressive when the ball has been in his zone. Senequan has looked a class act. Has not looked troubled by the bowling. 2 going at a healthy rate.
Shields now to Herman. Outside the off stump and allowing it to go into the gloves of the keeper. Operating over the wicket to the left-hander, who's one of the youngest players out there. He's just 23 years old, and he has played 26 matches at the first-class level. 2005 runs, best of 187. Round the wicket, Shields into him, turns it away to the mid-wicket region. The man from mid-on, Thomas, running across to pick up.
But you know, Claudius.
One more to Herman. He goes to 31, 64 without loss.
Since you have those interesting stats, I think it's a real challenge for me to think of a player from the Caribbean who is 23 years old who has played 26 first-class matches.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be hard pressed to find that. Maybe we can have perhaps a Joel Andrew. Perhaps by the time he's 23, he can have those type of matches in terms of experience. Clipped away through square leg, out towards the boundary. Can Lane come across? No. The ball beats him into the square leg boundary for 4. Another boundary to Senequan, 28 and 68 without loss, as that looks like it is stumps. So umpires clipping off the bails to signal the end of day 1 of this unofficial test between South Africa A and West Indies A. At the close of day 1, South Africa is 68 without loss, with Senequan 28, Herman is 31. And we have had 15 overs in the innings so far. That's in reply to West Indies A's 240 all out. Jamal James, you saw the action from ball 1. Your thoughts on the first day of this 4-day game?
Very interesting first day of play from the toss. The South Africans were in charge. They won the toss, made a good decision to insert the West Indian team. We saw some good discipline bowling, But at the start, the West Indians looked to have taken the opportunity. John Campbell and Mikael Louis put in a good partnership. They got 79. We saw good aggression from the left-handed batter and some good driving from Mikael Louis. But from the time that first wicket fell, they were in a bit of trouble, because the big names in the lineup, or the names that have been touted about the region for the longest while, the Andersons, the Hodges, the Afanays, they did not trouble the scorers today. Today was not a good day for any of those batters. And Tevin Imlac, when he came to the crease, from ball one, he struck the ball through the covers quite gracefully and looked to have set his stall. Felt that he would have had a good day, and he most certainly did. Represented his talent and leadership abilities, steering the team to some respectability today, getting 61, ably supported by Pierre, who looked a class act. Even Reds was suggesting that he's batting a bit late and Trinidad might have to bat him about 4 or 5. But after that, the resistance basically ended and they only were able to put up 240.
So 240 West Indies A, as Jamal told you, as we wrap up here on day 1. So 240. So Campbell 33, Louis 57, Imlac 61, and Pierre 44. And the bowling for the South Africa A, the pick of the bowlers, Okushle Sele, 12.5 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 43. There was also Shepo Moriki picking up 3 for 63, and a wicket each for Jason Smith and Tristan Luce. And in reply, South Africa A, after 15 overs, 68 without loss, with Lesego Senokwan 28, Jordan Herman is 31. And so South Africa A, at the end of day 1, they trail by 172. And so this is how we say good night here from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Asking you, of course, to join us tomorrow for day 2. So on behalf of the entire team, Reds Pereira, Jamal James, and Sunil, who is also with us, and Roland Cox, our statistician, the technical team, we say thank you for being with us on Cricket 360 and ask you to join us for day 2. It comes off at 10 a.m. local time in St. Lucia. So on behalf of the entire team, Claudia Simano saying good night from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.